slavery, dating back to June 19, 1865. On this day, Union soldiers landed in Galveston, Texas, with news that the war had ended and that all African American people who were dehumanized and enslaved against their will were now free. Even though President Lincoln had signed the Emancipation Proclamation 2.5 years earlier on January 1st, 1863. And whereas Juneteenth has become a tradition of celebrations that began following the reading of the proclamation by General Gordon Granger in 1865, that has lasted over 150 years, and today is hosted in cities across America, featuring rich traditions, including celebrations in the form of festivals, parades, and narratives of Black resilience. And whereas Juneteenth is known as Freedom Day, it has continued to be a highly revered event across the country as a time for honoring one another and reflecting on the resilience of African Americans who were enslaved against their will. And whereas Juneteenth allows people of all races, nationalities, and religions in cities across the country to unify and to acknowledge a dreadful period in American history that shaped and continues to influence our society today. And whereas Juneteenth today celebrates African American freedom while also encouraging the advancement of racial equity, self-development, and respect for all cultures. Now, therefore, I, Brad Finkeldine, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim and celebrate June 19th, 2021 as Lawrence Juneteenth Celebration. Thank you very much, Janine. Thank you for being here, and I look forward to the event, and hopefully all citizens can attend. I look forward to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Finkeldine, we have a second proclamation today, and that is to proclaim June 2021 as LGBTQIA Pride Month. And I believe we have maybe some guests at City Hall to say a few words before I read the proclamation.
Yes, good evening, and thank you for attending the City of Lawrence Pride Proclamation.
Hear them yet?
Oh, I'm still muted.
No, hang on, go ahead, sorry, yes.
Well, good evening, and thank you so much for attending the City of Lawrence's Pride Proclamation 2021. I am honored to be receiving this on behalf of our diverse community. As some of you know, my name is Brandon Eisman, a cisgender male, father, and active community member, but tonight I stand before you as Deja Brooks, Miss Gay Kansas, United States, a drag queen, and an LGBTQ activist. You may be thinking, why is it important for us to be celebrating Pride, let alone having a city Pride proclamation? When you think of Pride, the majority of you instantly think of parades filled with rainbows, drag queens, public displays of affection from same-sex couples, or those lovely protesters we all have seen. But Pride gatherings are more than bright colors and good times. They are rooted in the difficult and trying history of minority groups who have struggled for decades to overcome prejudice and be accepted for who they are. June 28, 1969, an American gay liberation activist and self-identified drag queen by the name of Marsha P. Johnson, along with Sylvia Riviera and other patrons of a New York City gay bar called the Stonewall Inn, clashed with police in what became known as the Stonewall Riots. Growing tired of harassment and frequent raids, Marsha, Riviera, and the others decided to stand up to the police on that historic night. Hundreds began to riot, and the protests grew even larger the next night. Demonstrations erupted all over the city over the next several days, starting a movement that continues to this day. These riots are considered the first major protest for LGBTQ rights and led to the formation of many LGBTQ rights organizations. A year later, the first gay pride marches commemorating the Stonewall riots took place in cities like New York, Chicago, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. In 1978, the iconic rainbow flag designed by Gilbert Baker from Parsons, Kansas, was used to symbolize gay pride. We are here to celebrate the notable achievements and outstanding services that lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and allies make to our city, state, and nation. This wouldn't be possible without individuals like Marsha P. Johnson, Sylvia Riviera, Harvey Milk, Harry Hay, Larry Kramer, and allies such as President Barack Obama, Brad Pitt, Sally Field, Cyndi Lauper, and countless others. This month, we are celebrating 52 years of Pride. It is so exciting to know that here in the Midwest, we have several Pride festivals, from Kansas City, Emporia, Manhattan, to Wichita, and most importantly, Pride events right here in beautiful Lawrence, Kansas. Kicking off Pride in Lawrence and Douglas County, we had Deja's Reading Rainbow at the Lawrence Public Library, a story time that embraces our local LGBTQ+ community and celebrates families of all kinds. A Pride party in South Park hosted by Plymouth Church. Tomorrow night is Pride Night at the Replay Lounge, and this Saturday is the Lawrence Pride Parade, sponsored by iHeart Local Music, followed with a fabulous show at Abe and Jake's, hosted by the one and only Miss Amanda Love. Closing out the month will be a drag queen bingo benefiting the Friends and Foundation of the Lawrence Public Library. What I love is that our community has something for everyone. Since this is the 52nd year of Pride, I ask that you stop and think what Pride means to you and how you can celebrate it. Take the time to honor equality and love with your family, friends, neighbors, community members, and leaders. I also want you to consider how you can promote diversity and educate those around you throughout the coming years about the history of gay rights, including attending rallies, writing letters, calling state politicians, and voting, as we still have so much to do and learn. Throughout this support and celebration, we continue to have Lawrence and Douglas County shine bright here in Kansas. I'd like to leave you with one last thing this evening. I'd like to leave you with one last thing this evening. That is to remember that our community is a family of many minds: trans, cisgender, genderqueer, straight, non-binary, and undecided individuals that are all united by our differences and strengthened by our love. Thank you to the mayor, to the city of Lawrence for taking these steps forward in the support of Pride in our community. Thank you.
Brandon, thank you very much for those words, and I will do a very small part of that. We have a lot more to do, but we'll go ahead and read the proclamation to show our support. Whereas individually and collectively, members of Lawrence and Douglas County's LGBTQIA community contribute greatly to neighborhood revitalization, economic vitality, arts and culture, and the social fabric of our city, county, state, and country. And whereas the city of Lawrence remains committed to protecting the civil rights of all members of the LGBTQIA community, and whereas Lawrence and Douglas County prides itself on its inclusiveness as one of the first counties in the region to have a domestic partnership registry, and protects its residents from discrimination and harassment based on actual or perceived race, color, sex, religion, disability, age, marital status, place of birth, families with children, sexual orientation, or national origin, and we are committed to continued social progress and the cause of human rights, celebrating the great diversity of our community. And whereas the month of June was designated as LGBTQIA Pride Month to commemorate the Stonewall Inn riots in June of 1969, generally recognized as the catalyst of the modern LGBTQIA rights movement, these events began when a group of LGBTQIA patrons, including a Black trans woman named Marsha P. Johnson, decided to take a stand and fight back against the brutal intimidation they regularly faced. Now, therefore, I, Brad Finkeldine, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim June 2021 as LGBTQIA Pride Month in the City of Lawrence and encourage all residents to join in ending prejudice everywhere it may exist, respect the rights of all people, and celebrate the diversity and richness of our city and country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for all you do for the community and representing our community. I appreciate you. And it's a big weekend and coming up in Lawrence with two big events, with the Pride Weekend and the Juneteenth celebration.
That's
so
right.
Thank you everyone for being here, and thanks for coming.
Thanks so much.
Okay, with that, We will move to the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be approved by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak to an item that has been pulled off the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Are there any matters a commissioner would like to pull off the consent agenda? Seeing none, does any member of the public wish to pull an item off the consent agenda? If so, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature. Or if you're present, let Sherry know and she'll call upon you.
Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. There are no items to pull, Mayor.
Mayor Finkeldine, then I'd look for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Commissioner Ananda, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Finkeldine, there's a motion by Commissioner Ananda, a second by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Ananda? Commissioner Ananda, I think you're still muted there.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Finkeldine, aye. Consent agenda passes 5-0. And I'll have quite a few constituents very happy about the splash park. They've been talking a lot about that. So now we'll move to public comment. Public is allowed to speak on items or issues that are not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Individuals should address all comments and questions to the commission. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. If a member of the public would like to make general public comment on an item not on the agenda, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, or if you're present, let Sherry know, and she will call upon you.
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. I just have a quick idea. I was just thinking it'd be fun if after a proclamation, if we could unmute just to clap to join in with the audience. Just something I just thought of. Thank you. Have a good day.
That's all the comment, Mayor.
Mayor Finkeldine, thank you. That brings us to regular agenda item number 1, which is to consider authorizing a utility assistance program funded through donations of utility customers. And I believe Christy gets to lead this one off.
Yes, Christy Webb, Utility Billing Manager. Thank you, Mayor Finkeldine and Commissioners. Share my screen, and I'm going to through the presentation. Utility Assistance Program. Let me get that started. Everybody can see. So we're proposing is that we would start a utility assistance program that would be funded by utility customer donations, and they can make those donations directly through their utility bill. Those after we've collected those donations, then those funds collected would then get applied to utility customers that have a need that's demonstrated through an application process. I'll talk a little bit more about that here in a bit. And I think once you all approve this, that we can get this launched in 6 to 8 weeks. We are getting ready to get into our busy period, so it would probably be 4 weeks if we weren't getting ready to go into our busy period. So everything's ready to go. So the utility customers will be able to sign up online, over the phone, or in person. I was going to show you if I can. Nope, I don't want to do that one. See that? Really through. This isn't live yet. This is just a mock page.
Anything like Christie, we can't see that, I don't think.
Yeah, okay, I probably shared it incorrectly. Let me see if I can. See if I can share it a little bit differently. Go. That should be. Are you seeing that now?
Anything like, yes, we are.
All right. I apologize about that. So this is, again, this isn't live yet, but this would be the form that customers could sign up, donate. So this would be for people who wanted to donate on their bills. So, you know, it's just it's a pretty simple form. It doesn't require a lot of information. We just, you know, basically need the utility customer number, the utility account number, just to get signed up. And the reason that we need to collect that information is because, so I know that some Roundup programs, you can just check a box and say, this month I want to add 30 cents. But our program would not work that way. We would need people to sign up in advance, and then it would actually show on their bill. And the reason is because our system wouldn't be able to recognize where, in a situation where they want to just donate to this program versus just an overpayment. We have lots of customers who make overpayments. They, you know, say they're having a good month and they want to pay $20 extra so that next month they don't have to pay as much. So our system wouldn't be able to differentiate that unless people signed up for the donation program in advance. And that's very, very similar to what Evergy and Black Hills does as well with their assistance program. And customers can sign up to do a flat amount, say $5 a month, or they could do a rounded up amount. They could do a combination of both. So say they signed up for $5 a month, but their bill was $75.83. Then it's going to round up that extra 17 cents. So it'd be $5.17. This is what the bill would look like for people who have signed up for that. So you can see that it's just a specific, so it's very, very clear what that extra charge is. People, anybody that signed up, they could opt out at any time. So, you know, that they're not locked in for the future. They would be, for anything they've already donated and contributed to, we wouldn't obviously be able to refund that, but any future donations we can opt them out of. So to administer this program, we released a request for proposal, and that was last summer, August of last year. And from that request for proposal, Catholic Charities was selected, and they were selected to receive, review, and process our applications. And their fee for that is $250 per approved application. And I wanted to clarify that that's only approved applications, and we would be communicating regularly with Catholic Charities about how much donated funds we have available. So for example, if we have $1,000 in our pool of donated funds, we would notify Catholic Charities, you know, there's $1,000 for this month that you could work with, but anything more than that, basically stop accepting applications until we have more funds developed. So, you know, we don't want Catholic Charities to go through receive a bunch of applications that they know aren't going to be approved because the funds aren't there. So with the contract that we're proposing, we propose that would start on January 1st, 2022, just to allow time for donated funds to accrue. Since this is a new program, we're going to need to get the word out to utility customers, and it might take some time for people to sign up for that and for funds to accrue. So that would just give time for there to be a meaningful amount of money for them to work with. And then Catholic Charity notifies us directly when an application's been approved. It wouldn't be very different from how we have lots of social agencies in the community that help with utility bills, and so that's a very normal process for us where we're notified they've been approved for this. In this instance, the city is holding on to those funds, so the Catholic Charity actually never receives those funds directly, but they would just let us know this person's been approved. Therefore, we can apply those funds on the back. So one of the most important things I think with this program is getting the word out. So I would be working very closely with our communications team to, raise awareness, to encourage people to donate. That's really the whole key to this program, is to get people signed up, participating in this. Would make sure we are putting on the city news, doing a press release, making sure the neighborhood associations are aware. Our communications team does a great job of using our social media to get the word out. So we'll definitely be tapping into that. We put something in the flame, and I'll definitely be communicating on the utility bill, on the monthly utility bill in the message section. So, one of my concerns is that if people just opted into just a simple roundup and not a flat amount plus a roundup, I just don't think that we'd have a meaningful impact to this program. So in our communication, I think it's going to be important to stress that the need that's out there in our community, and that, if people can give as much as they can, and I would recommend at least $5 a month, it'll just go further and help our community more. And then on this next slide, you can see, and I think you've seen this in my monthly utility billing report, but this shows where we're at right now with our 90 plus day delinquency balances. So it's, that need is continuing to grow. And so, this program, I think, would be really helpful in, offering something to some of these customers. So that's all I have on the presentation, but I'm sure you have some questions on that. So what questions can I answer on that?
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you. Christy, commissioners, do you have questions?
Commissioner Nanda, I wondered if you could explain this graph a little bit more. The 1693 is below the 1590. But I know that I just haven't parsed it out in my mind. If you could just talk about what those numbers are versus the numbers on the left.
Christy Webb, Utility Billing Manager.
Krista, do you want me to handle that?
Sure, yeah, if you don't mind. Yeah.
Sure. Jeremy Wilmuth, Finance Director. What we're trying to display here are two different sets of data. She has given you the chart, but typically on the monthly utility billing report, we add footnotes that kind of help explain it. But the blue bar is the dollars, and the number above the blue bar does not represent the blue bar. It represents the number of people represented in the blue bars. So, for example, in May of 2021, 1,710 customers owed over $900,000 beyond the 90-day delinquency.
Thank you.
Mayor Finkelstein, other questions?
Commissioner Larson, Christy, could you tell me what's the criteria for community members to qualify for this money?
Utility Billing Manager. So we have asked Catholic Charities to use parameters that they currently use for other social. So they accept other applications for utility assistance separate from this program. They do, and other social agencies in the community. And so they're looking at a threshold of household members and income, and so I can get more details on that, but I know that we've asked them to use the parameters that they've used for those other programs. And basically it's showing an economic need.
Commissioner Larson, thank you. I would appreciate getting more information on that at some time. That would be great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Mayor Finkelstein, had I guess I had some concern, and it's probably a hope more than a concern, that the program is so wildly successful, and we have so much money that we're giving out. They're accepting a lot of applications, And at some point, maybe the $250 per application becomes maybe a bit excessive. Again, that only happens if we have $50,000, $60,000 to give away, which is probably a pipe dream. But was there any consideration on putting a maximum on that, or after they hit a certain level, lowering the amount per application?
Christy Webb, Utility Billing Manager. We did talk briefly about that, but we did not put that in this contract, but we absolutely can, you know, if we feel like that would, if we'd have more comfort with that, that's definitely not a problem. But I think the thought was initially that in that first year, it might take some time. It might take 2 or 3 years to grow this program, get the word out, get people participating. So I think the thought was, let's see how it goes in this first year. And obviously we can, it's a 1-year contract. So for future years, we can add that amendment. We can add it to this contract. It's not too late to add it to this contract either.
Mayor Finkeldei, I noticed that this contract expires on December 31st of this year, and then renews for a full another year. So I guess it's possible that by December 31, if they haven't given out any money, we'll know by then how much we're collecting. It might have a better sense before we renew it for next year. There's a possibility as well.
Christy Webb, Utility Billing Manager. So originally, when this contract was written, we were hoping to get it started, you know, or present it earlier than I am tonight. So once we knew it was going to be a little more delayed, that's when we decided that we would start it with January 1st, 2022. So that expiration date of the end of this year doesn't really apply. It really needs to be updated to the end of next year. But to your point, we would, by the end of this year, we'd have a good idea of what kind of response we're getting from this program. And, you know, is it getting some traction? Are we seeing a lot of donated funds accrue? So, you know, if we do, that might be a good indication that we do need to change that.
Mayor Finkeldei, I think that's my question. We can talk about that later. Other questions?
This is
Commissioner
Commissioner.
Bowley. I had not thought of this before, but with the mayor talking about how successful this program might be, it made me think of the income tax implications for the donors and reporting requirements for the city. Has that been considered in this program?
Christy Webb, Utility Billing Manager. So we would be able to easily provide details on or information on how much they've donated through that. You know, I'm not a tax expert, and I feel like a lot of places when I've donated, they'll provide that, but then they'll have a caveat that, you know, we're not indicating that this is going to for sure be tax deductible, but here's the information. So I would need to consult more on our liability in that area, but in terms of providing how much people have donated into that we can easily provide that to our customers.
Commissioner Nanda, I had a question around the $250 fee. Is that, you know, one family is approved and they don't need to like pay that fee again if they request funds again? Or is that, you know, likely to be a monthly thing for some folks? If those are approved monthly, that can get costly real quick. Do you have any ideas around what that looks like?
Christy Webb, Utility Billing Manager. So that I just wanted to clarify that fee is something that Catholic Charities would charge us, but not the customer. And maybe that's what you're understanding too. But we don't have it we don't have it in this contract. But I think Jeremy and I have talked about considering a limit. You know, for example, so it's not the same families who are applying month after month, so that those funds are getting distributed equally. So we have talked about maybe putting a limit on how many times somebody could apply in a year for these particular funds. But to your point, if one family, say they applied in February and it was approved, And then they applied again in June and they were approved. If we didn't have any cap on that, then Catholic Charities would charge us $250 for each of those applications because they would consider those separate applications to review and approve.
Mayor Finkeldei, if indeed they use, like the parameters of the Emergency Services Council, ESC, I know someone, and again, it might have changed in the last couple of years, that money comes through the county and through FEMA, and it's distributed through places like the Ballard Center and others. And they do have a limit, and you only can apply once every so many months. I think it used to be once a year, sometimes 6 months, that you could apply for those CSC funds. Now that's rent and utility assistance. That being said, it does make me think, again, not to question how Catholic Charities is going to run it, but I do think we want to have the amount high enough that it can help people in need and not have it so low that Catholic Charities, if they have $1,000 and two people with $500, right? You pay those bills, they get, $500, or you could give 5 people $200, but that would give them a higher fee, but accomplish the same amount. But I think we want some parameters on that so we understand that we're helping the most people in need and keeping their utilities on. Obviously, the worst case scenario is to give money to someone and they still can't, it doesn't pay the full bill, and then they still later get turned off. So I think that procedure is important.
Christy Webb, Utility Billing Manager. Absolutely. And Jeremy Wilmoth and I have talked about, what would be that reasonable cap. And, I do think I would like to see that we are seeing larger amounts, maybe the $500 is appropriate or whatever it might be. But to your point, yeah, I'd rather see fewer people getting that help if it makes that bigger impact on their bills, because we are seeing some balances right now that are $2,000 for residential customers, and those are large bills to try to tackle. So right, I'd rather see some of those people get that help.
Mayor Finkel, other questions before I open it up for public comment? Seeing none, this is a public hearing item. If any member of the public would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, or if you're present, let Sherry know.
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. I sent in a letter earlier, I guess kind of had some of my questions and concerns, but one thing I was just wondering is if an application is approved, will the whole bill be paid off? Could this Catholic Charities, if they have like 1,000 to give out, could they approve 10 people but just give $100 towards each bill? So I think we should make it so that they have to pay off an entire bill, just so they're not running up the bill on us. And also, if the agenda item report, it said that the fiscal impact is expected to be 10,000. So does that mean we're expecting to approve $10,000 worth of applications? I mean, according to my math, that'd be about 40 applications approved if it's $250 a pop. So like if we have more than 40 and we go over the 10,000 and that's what's in the budget, will we stop doing it, or are we going to start taking donations, like take the $250 out of donations? And also, a question I just had is, was a percentage of funds given out ever considered instead of $250 per approved application? So like if they give out 10,000, like they get like 10% or so, like a standard percentage of how much money they give out, as opposed to a flat $250 per applicant. That's just a thought I had. I don't think this doesn't seem like a good, and I don't know. It just doesn't seem right to be charging $250 per approved application. This seems like something we need to figure out. How can we do it ourselves and not have to pay? Like, because the Lawrence Times said that's about on average 2 to 3 months worth of a utility bill is $250. So it just seems like we should be figuring out how we can do this ourselves as a city. Thank you.
Utility billing manager. So that is correct.
Mayor,
Um,
Christie?
Yep.
Let's go through public comment. We'll come back and have you answer questions.
Is there any other public comment on this item? That's all the comment, Mayor.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you. We'll bring it back to the commission. And Christie, I know you're ready to say something, so go ahead.
Mayor. Christy Webb, Utility Billing Manager. So I did want to mention that that is correct, that we had set the fiscal impact at $10,000, which, right, that was assuming 40 approved applications. I know that's a very low number. Again, we just don't know how many donated funds that we will have available to help in this program. So that's, so we're just being conservative on that. And this is coming out of the general fund. So that $250 that would be paid to Catholic Charities would not be coming out of the pool of donated funds. That would be coming out of the general fund. And if we did exceed that, then I would be coming back to the commission to ask for additional approval for additional funding. So yeah, I mean, I think we just thought that was a good number to start with. Again, this is a brand new program, not having really any good data to go off of. This is just a number we started with. And we had actually thought about making the fee that we would pay to Catholic Charities a percentage. This is where we landed on for now, but again, for future iterations of this contract, if we did continue with it, all of that can be renegotiated and rethought about what works best for us, what works best for Catholic Charities, and find a good contract. So yeah, I think that was the main questions that I wanted to address.
Mayor Finkel, thank you. Commissioner Larson, did you have a question?
Yeah, Commissioner Larson, so we can renegotiate the contract at which point in the contract?
Utility billing manager. So with this contract that would just be a 1-year contract. So before it goes, into the next year, we would be renegotiating it.
Okay. So Commissioner Larson, that's in 2022, beginning of 2022 is when we could renegotiate it.
Well, so this Christy Webb, Utility Billing Manager, this contract will start on January 1st, 2022.
Oh.
So we could renegotiate it anytime in 2022, effective January 1st, 2023. If that makes sense.
Commissioner Larson, thank you. Yeah, that helps.
Mayor Finkel, I would also note that there is a provision that says either party can terminate the agreement with 14 days written notice to the other party for any or no reason. So certainly if we saw that, something that we didn't like going on, we could handle that. I do think I would add, I do think it's important, Commissioner Lawson mentioned this, and Chris's comments go to it as well as my questions. I do think it'd be helpful to bring back, either, on the city manager, it's not necessarily for our approval, but, some understanding of how Catholic Charities intends to operate the program, how often people can apply, what the amount is. Again, a very important point, which is, a certain amount that allows them to keep their, water going forward. Obviously, again, the example of a $2,000 bill and you give them $100 doesn't, do much for us. So maybe have Catholic Charities, and again, I know they already have this with ESC and other programs, but maybe bring that forward to us so we can see that. It is an exciting program, and there's time to work through these issues. Again, we're not going to be issuing any funds until January, so we have time to work through these issues. But getting this up and running, and in particular, allowing people to start donating, I don't want to put off this in the sense that we want to get the program up and running so people can donate and we can start raising the funds. Those are my thoughts. Other comments?
This is Commissioner Ananda. I think that this is something that I have been, some might say pestering, others might say advocating for quite some time. And I'm really excited to have seen the continuing momentum on that. I believe we just got one response to the RFP, which was this one. And so, this is getting it off the ground in that first year. I'm very excited about the campaign to get folks to donate. Hopefully it will be wildly successful beyond our imagination, and really help some folks in our community. So thank you for all of your work on this.
Web utility billing manager. I just wanted to respond that absolutely we're also very excited about this, and we'll definitely gather that additional information from Catholic Charities and provide more details on limits and how that would work. And I can get that back to you all in the next month so that we can get that buttoned up, because I absolutely agree. It's something I'd like to get that campaign started to get people signed up as soon as we can and start allowing funds to accrue as soon as we can.
Mayor Finkeldye, that does lead me to my question, and maybe this is for you, Christy, or maybe it's for Sherry or Jeremy. I mean, the actual action item is to authorize implementation of the utility assistance program funded through donations on utility bills. So I'm not sure we're actually approving this specific contract as worded. Is that what you're expecting, or do you expect once we implement it that you'll finalize this contract and execute it like we do lots of other contracts? Christy, we can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Web utility billing manager. So because we're expecting the fiscal impact to be below 10,000, you're correct. We're not presenting the contract for your approval per se, because it would be something that the city manager could sign off on. But I did want to bring the whole program to you all to consider, and I wanted to have full transparency with the contract, just so you saw the whole package. So I was really seeking approval on the program. Is it okay to move forward with the program? What concerns do you have? What can we make different? Because it's new, and I know that it's important to the commission. So, really seeking that feedback, but overall approving the direction of moving forward.
Mayor Finkeldye, well, certainly I support moving the direction forward, but I do think I think that's an important note. In particular, as we talk about the 10,000, and you said earlier about bringing it back to us if the fiscal impact changes. I think for the sake of Catholic Charities and for our sake, I think clarifying that, as well as fixing that expiration deadline and the start date in the contract. There's a few little things to clean up in that contract that we can finalize that. But obviously, we all know we're heading in this direction, and I think again the action item will authorize you to continue to move in that. But then maybe we'll see the final contract when it's executed. I know we often see that on consent agendas, and so maybe we can clean up a few of those little items. Mayor Finkeldye, other questions or comments?
Commissioner Larson, I would just like to thank staff for putting this together. We've been talking about this for a few years now, and about utility assistance programs, and this is the direction we want to go as far as providing some social services that we can do. And to thank Commissioner Ananda, because she's the one who kind of pushed the utility assistance and donation program. So thanks a lot.
Mayor Finkelstein, other comments or motions?
This is Commissioner Nanda. I'd move to authorize implementation of the City of Lawrence Utility Assistance Program funded through donations on utility bills.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Finkelstein, there's a motion by Commissioner Nanda, a second by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Nanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Bowley?
Aye.
Mayor Finkelstein, aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Christy. Look forward to seeing the program up and running. We'll now move to regular agenda item 2, which is to request authorization for a second quarterly payment to Explore Lawrence. Jeremy, is this yours?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. I want to kick this off and then I'll throw it over to Kim from Explore Lawrence to cover their request. But as you all know, we've been going through this pandemic. One of the funding sources of the city that was most severely impacted by the pandemic is our guest tax fund. And as a result, the revenues that we have in that fund were not enough to support all the expenditures for 2020 and do not appear to be enough to support all the expenditures for 2021. Much like we did last year when we saw that the revenues coming in were far under our projections, we met with the staff from Explore Lawrence and explained to them that the fund simply could not support the $294,000 that the contract called for. And we shared with them that we have to pull out our crystal ball and anticipate what we think expenditures are going to be. And after looking at all the other expenditures in the fund, we came to the conclusion that we have around $90,000 available that we could make available to Explore Lawrence for this second quarter payment. And when we shared that with the staff and the board members that were present, they had indicated that that wasn't going to be enough for them to continue with their operations. So we asked them to come up with a revised request that was south of 294 and north of 90. And that is what you have before you tonight. So the revised request is for $192,210. Essentially what you see is three options to provide you flexibility in how you can handle this request. The first option would be simply to provide the entire amount that the contract calls for, which is $249,000, and either the general fund loan that money to the transient guest tax fund or provide it as just a direct allocation without being paid back at a future date. The second option then would be to cover the $192,210 that Explore Lawrence has requested in their revised request, with the general fund covering $102,210 as either a loan or a direct payment. And then the third option then would be to provide what we believe is available at this time, which would be allowable under the contract, Section 3, Paragraph E. That essentially covers the cash basis law in Kansas that says we're not obligated to pay things beyond what we have available at the time of the payment. And that would be the $90,000. Throughout the pandemic, staff has repeatedly heard from the community and from the commission that we were trying to keep operations as whole as possible. And with that in mind, staff had recommended that we provide the $192,000 that they had requested so that we can show that we're doing our best to support them and all of the wonderful things they do for our community. We also recommended that it be a loan so that when the transient guest tax fund turns around, it can reimburse the general fund. So it would be a cash loan, if you will, rather than a long-term obligation of the general fund. With that, I will either turn it over for questions or if, Mayor, if you'd like, Explore Lawrence can give their presentation.
Mayor Finkelstein, I think go ahead, Kim, and give your presentation, and we'll come back with questions for both of you.
Absolutely. This is Kim Onspach, Interim Director of Explore Lawrence. I did send over some more information this afternoon to commissioners, so I hope you did have a chance to read that. But I just wanted to reiterate that, you know, when we talked to the finance department, we did go back and we did move $56,000 over to Q3 of our financial our financial commitments, that as we are opening up as a community and as travel demand is increasing, it is important that Explore Lawrence is positioned to leverage our marketing and our sales team for future business to Lawrence. Right now, we're working on events and business that will be booked 12, 24, 18. On Thursday, we're actually meeting with a sports planner that's looking to book Sports Pavilion Lawrence through 2026. So what we're looking at here is really the long-term economic impact that our efforts can bring to the city. I just, last time I was in front of you guys, it was for National Travel and Tourism Week, and I got to talk about the importance of travel and the power of travel. So today I am here to ask you to honor that importance of our visitor economy and help fund our efforts. As a reminder, before the pandemic, our visitor economy was generating $272 million in Douglas County in direct visitor spending, which also contributed $24.5 million in state and local taxes. That also supports 7.6% of all jobs in Douglas County. So the visitor economy is ready to come back. We know that it's an economic engine that is important to our town. And I would ask you to fund Explore Lawrence at a level that we can continue our mission and make sure that the long-term economic benefits are there. And I would be available for any questions. I have many graphs to show you if you want to see them, and many colorful charts. So I'm happy to share.
Mayor Finkelstein, you can always count on the Explore Lawrence for pretty charts, that's for sure. But questions? I have a question. Kim, is the moving the 56,000 to the third quarter, is that a kind of an accounting move, or is that actually delaying certain activities that you were going to do and now that you're not going to do?
That's a great question, Mayor Finkeldye. This is Kim Ansbach, Interim Director, Explore Lawrence. That is moving some of our marketing efforts to Q3. We are working on a new website that will be launching at the end of July, early August. So that's delaying some of our branding, messaging, and marketing campaign to Q3. Right now, what I really want to be focused on is, of course, our operating expenses and payroll, and then marketing and sales. So it would also delay our long-term plans of restaffing our sales department back up to our full capacity, which we would like to do sooner rather than later, but we will get it done as soon as we have the funds.
Mayor Finkelstein, other questions?
This is Commissioner Boley. Jeremy, do you have information about the cash position and the equity position for Explore Lawrence?
Chairman Well, Finance Director. The information I have is through April 30th. I believe Kim addressed that in her letter to you all dated June 8th, though. So I would say that that's probably more accurate information than what I have available right now.
I'm sorry, this is Commissioner Boley, I didn't get a chance to see that letter.
Okay. Do you want me, this is Kim Ansbach, do you want me to answer a specific question, Commissioner Boley, about the finances?
What's the equity position at the net equity at the end of the most recent reporting period?
Okay, so on our liquidity, we have about $160,000 cash on hand. Oh,
excuse me, this Commissioner Boley, I asked for equity, not for liquidity.
Are you referring to our, this is Kim Ansbach, are you referring to our reserve fund, Commissioner Boley?
No, this is the net equity on the balance sheet.
Okay, let me bring that up
Could
to
we,
answer
yeah,
that
let's just
question.
take a look at the balance sheet.
I'm sorry, I'm getting that from the email I sent earlier today. I apologize. Am I able to share my screen?
Yes.
Are you seeing the balance sheet as it turned upside down? There we go. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
This, Commissioner Boley, if you continue going down, we'll see the equity, I think.
There we go.
So the total equity, this Commissioner Boley, looks to be about $214,000, $215,000. Okay. And let's go back up to the current assets. So the current assets are $360,000. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mayor Finkel, I have questions. Kim, can you go ahead and stop sharing your screen as well? Yeah, thank you. If not, I can open it up to public comment. This is a public hearing item. If any member of the public would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, or if you're present, let Sherry know and she'll call upon you.
This is Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. Mayor, no one has indicated that they want to provide comment on this item.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you. I bring it back to the commission for comments.
This Commissioner Boley, I appreciate the work that Explore Lawrence does. I've been on that board for a long time, and you know they do wonderful marketing work and sales work. It's very important to our community. It's very important to our unmistakable identity, and it's very important to our economy. I'm very much concerned about going negative in the transient guest tax fund, which is essentially what's being recommended here. And the way I calculate this, if we paid the $90,000 that's available, that would take the equity up to 305, and would take the current assets up to 450,000. And you know, I would hope that that would provide sufficient resources for Explore Lawrence to function for the quarter and give the transient guest tax a chance to fund a chance to recover, so we can pay them the full 249 next quarter.
Mayor Finkel, Jeremy, I mean, obviously it's not common that we have pandemics, but is there been past practices of loaning money to a fund?
Jeremy Willen, Finance Director. It does occur from time to time. Normally, it's a timing issue, similar to the one that we're discussing. this being, if we believe the receipts in the future are going to exceed the obligations that we currently have, then we're essentially loaning that money up front and then collecting it on the back end. So I wouldn't say that, it's never occurred, but it's not a common occurrence.
Mayor Finkellein, thank you. Jeremy, Kim, can you bring up the chart you sent about earlier today about the income to the transient guest tax and the room nights?
Kim Onspach, Explore Lawrence. Is this the chart you're referring to, Mayor Finkellein? This will okay. Kim Onspach, Explore Lawrence. This shows data collected from our hotel properties. It's called the STAR Report, and it is an industry standard that we do subscribe to. We have created a report in-house for internal use that tracks us from 2018 through 2021. That's because our typical STAR report only compares to the previous year, and we did not feel that 2020 was a good benchmark for growth. We needed to see what was happening at 2019. So as you can see, in January, February, we still were below that 2019 number, but in March, we did reach our 2019 occupancy in hotels, and then April was very close. The really exciting thing is we are seeing our ADR, which is our average daily room rate, and the revenue per room has been showing a growth trajectory all year. So as the occupancy is increasing, the rate will also begin to increase and rebound. In April, our TGT collections were up over 43% over the previous year, and that was the first month of growth we had seen in collections. So we are anticipating better collections in Q2 of this year.
Mayor Finkellein, thank you for that.
Mm-hmm. Shall I stop share or?
Yes, please. I guess given that information and the fact that, it appears things are coming back, I guess I'm not as concerned as you, Commissioner Bully, on loaning some money to that transient guest tax to be sure that we can continue to, operate Explore Lawrence at the, at the appropriate level as we try to keep our sales up. But so I guess I lean towards supporting the recommendation from staff, but I'm open to discussion on that item.
This Commissioner Bully, I guess I'd like to respond that, the Transient Guest Tax Fund provides a lot of other features as well, including the Cultural Arts Commission, which we really recently received communication from, I think, Marlo Angel about her concerns about the fund. There's also other expenditures. The TGT grant fund, I believe, comes out of that. So I guess my point is that the resources are there. It's been over a year since the pandemic began, and Explore Lawrence is still in a strong fiscal position with the cash that they have and the equity. It's not just borrowed money, it's equity. And what that equity represents is prior year transient guest tax funds that were awarded by the city but not spent by Explore Lawrence. So it's essentially transient guest tax funds that are in their balance sheet. So
Commissioner Larson, I also have concerns about borrowing money from the general fund or having the TGT go negative. If we're going to reevaluate this in the next quarter to determine how much money we can release to them at that time, I would much rather that we see how the quarter goes and then make a determination then as to how much we can release. Because as I have to agree with Commissioner Rowland, we have other programs that also access these funds, and we need to take that into consideration when we're providing any funding source, any fund to Explore Lawrence. And that doesn't mean I'm saying that Explore Lawrence isn't doing their job. They do a great job, and I really appreciate their work. But I'm concerned about having a fund go negative for one organization.
Vice Mayor Shipley. Mayor, I share the same concerns. One thing I think that makes this organization a little different, maybe than some of the other ones that have been named, is, and I may be wrong, as their ability to fundraise on their own. I don't know that that's something they normally do, unlike, let's say, the Arts Center, cultural arts funding. Maybe Mayor, you know, or perhaps Kim could answer that.
Kim Onspach, Explore Lawrence. Yeah. Vice Mayor Shipley, we are a 501c6, so most of our funding is from the transient guest tax. We did receive a PPP loan that will be forgiven, but because of the timing of that, we were not able to access the second round of those funding. So we did not get that $93,000 we thought we were, because the funds in the PPP did run out, and we do not have outside sources of funding. In our reserve fund, I would like to clarify that of that $202,000 that is in our reserve fund, that $150,000 of that is our EIDL loan, which is part of the pandemic relief and is not due to unspent funds. We got that and it's sitting there. It requires some board approval to spend, and it's our break in case of emergency fund, because we do have to pay that back. And then the remaining $50,000 is what we've been advised to keep on hand as a reserve fund.
Mayor Finkel, Jeremy, do we get transit guest tax remitted to us from the state on a quarterly basis? Is that why it's once a quarter? We don't get monthly like sales tax?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. That's correct. It's 1 quarter and it's behind. So in August, we'll be getting the revenues that were collected by the state for the quarter prior.
So April, May, and June will be coming in August?
Correct. Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director.
Mayor Finkelstein, based upon the graphs we saw, those will be considerably higher than the last quarter's payment. Is that your understanding, Jeremy?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. The only numbers we've seen so far is April. I don't believe May's been released by the state of Kansas yet. But if April is an indicator of May, then yes, it'll be considerably higher than the last quarter.
This is Commissioner Ananda. I think that the mayor has a good point in that this is the kind of program and the kind of business, for lack of a better word, that's going to be behind, and that we'll have to spend in order to make up for the time that they've lost during the pandemic. I think that I would tend to lean more toward the 100 and I think 92 was the amended request, so that we can get to that point, and then we can look at that third quarter piece and have a conversation at that time.
This is Commissioner Boley. My response, Commissioner Ananda, is that the resources are actually in Explore Lawrence now to be able to make it through the quarter and see what happens in the third quarter. And if we're behind $100,000 going into the third quarter, that's going to put real pressure on us going forward. So I think the resources are there. If I didn't think Explore Lawrence could function with excellence and through this quarter, then I wouldn't be saying having the position that I do. I believe that they can, because they have the resources available to them.
This is Commissioner Ananda. Is that the case that you could function through the third quarter without breaking into that fund that you would have to repay, Kim?
This is Kim Onspach, Explore Lawrence. Without tapping into our reserve fund, I would not be able to fund the whole quarter with what we have cash on hand right now, outside of that reserve fund that I mentioned before with idle and our 50,000.
This is Commissioner Hernandez. So my question is, would you go beyond that 50,000 reserve and have to break into that idle fund, or would it just be the reserve?
This is Kim Onspach, Explore Lawrence. The 192 that I have is my, bare bones operating. So I would say we would need to break into that, Commissioner Ananda. The idle loan we would need to go into that to cover all of our commitments and be able to do what we need to do.
This is Commissioner Boley. What was the purpose of the idle loan?
This is Kim Onspach, Explore Lawrence. That does predate my role as interim director, but my understanding is that we did go after that emergency money to have it on hand if we had another economic shutdown to ensure that we could remain solvent.
This is Commissioner Boley. So those funds are available for this purpose. I think that's my point. That's why these are there. And what we'd be doing would be digging a bigger hole for the transient guest tax fund for the third quarter.
Commissioner Arson, that would impact just not Explore Lawrence, but other organizations who potentially tap into that money. So I'm just concerned about running a negative balance and how it's going to impact the whole TGT funding process for others as well as Explore Lawrence. I'm all in favor of trying to work to make them whole as we go forward in our quarters and look at next quarter to see where we are to get them back to their funding levels. But I just am very hesitant about going negative on that fund.
This is Commissioner Ananda. Is there room in the conversation for considering removing the 54 that we're attributing to the reserve fund that isn't a loan and saying 142?
Was that directed at me? This is Kim Onspach, or was that to the
Commissioner? This is to the commission.
Thank you.
And let me know if I need to clarify.
Commissioner Larson, could you please clarify that a little bit more, Commissioner Hernandez?
Sure. So this is Commissioner Hernandez. So 90 was the amount remaining. 192 was the amended request. If we look at, the fact that we're dipping into, we're scraping the bottom of the barrel in many of our funds as well. And those reserve funds are there for emergencies. So if we look at that fund being used in this instance, when they would need to rebuild that, rather than obligating them to pay back a presumably federal loan or state loan, having them obligated to the city for 142 rather than the 192. So removing the amount that they have in their reserve that we're talking about that is not the state or federal loan that they have for the breaking in case of emergency situation. Is that something that the commission would consider?
This is Commissioner Boley. I'm concerned that, the break in case of emergency is that our transient guest tax fund is going to be going negative, and it will further, it'll dig the hole deeper for the next quarter. I think we can make it through to the next quarter and see how the receipts go, and then, fund them per the contract if they're there.
Mayor Finkel, Commissioner Boley, and I'm not saying this is a possibility, but it could be, if we just loaned money to Explore Lawrence directly as opposed to loaning it through the transient guest tax? So 90,000 remain in the transient guest tax?
This Commissioner Boley, why would they need another loan? They've got the cash, they've got the current assets. The loan on the idle loan is payable over 30 years, I think, isn't it? So, you know, they have the resources to be able to function at a high level through this quarter. And, you know, we can come back and see where we are for the next quarter. I mean, our fund is broke. They're not. That's the deal.
Mayor Finkeldine, so Commissioner Boley, I mean, I know you serve on the board and have for a while, and I think you said earlier you are convinced they can continue to perform at a high level. If in the next quarter you learn or we learn that they can't function at a high level given their resources, would you be opposed to them coming back and making a request, or do you think they should have to wait?
Commissioner Boley, not at all. I mean, I say this with confidence that they can do well. I mean, that's, and they are important. The marketing of Lawrence, the unmistakable identity is key. I mean, we need that, but I think we can do that with the funding that's available to them and without digging our own funds hole even deeper. I mean, you know, so I don't know how else to say it. I think they can do well. If I didn't think so, I'd try to come up with a different solution.
Commissioner Larson, is that a 30-year loan note on that, Kim?
Kim Onspach, yes, Commissioner Larson, it is.
Thank you.
Mayor Finkeldine, other comments or questions or motions? I'm contemplating myself, but other.
This Commissioner Boley, I move that we determine that insufficient public funds exist to fully fund the grantee at the level set forth in the agreement, and the city pay the $90,000 available for the quarterly payment.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Finkeldine, there's a motion by Commissioner Boley, a second by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Boley?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Nay.
Commissioner Nanda?
Nay.
Mayor Finkeldine, nay. Fails on a 2-3 vote. Is there another motion or further conversation?
Mayor, this is Commissioner Shipley. I thought the in-between compromise that Commissioner Ananda suggested seemed valiant. Is that a motion she would be interested in making?
This is Commissioner Ananda. I'm willing to make that motion. Let me pull up the language again. I move that we authorize a second quarterly payment to Explore Lawrence for $142,210 and allow the general fund to loan the transient guest tax fund $52,210 in accordance with Section 3E of the agreement.
Vice Mayor, we can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Vice Mayor Shipley, second, but I just did want to clarify. I wrote down 142. Is it 142 or 152?
142. Thank you.
Mayor Finkeldine, there's a motion by Commissioner Ananda, a second by Vice Mayor Shipley. Commissioner Ananda?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Nay.
Commissioner Boley?
Nay.
Mayor Finkeldine, aye. Passes 3-2. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Jeremy. We're now moving on to regular agenda item number 3, which is to receive the recommended 2022 to 2026 capital improvement plan, vehicle equipment replacement plan, and maintenance plan. Danielle, looks like you get to lead us off.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I am going to lead off the presentation. We do have several slides to get through, so Jeremy and I are going to kind of tag team it a little bit. So let me go ahead and share my screen quick and get the presentation up and ready to go. All right, hopefully you all can see the presentation slide and not the notes slide. So good evening. As Mayor Finkeldei alluded to, this evening before you, we are reviewing the 2022 through 2026 capital improvement plan recommendation. I do want to kind of start off with the caveat of we typically bring you this plan before we start talking about our operating budget. So we're still very much in the process of putting together the city manager's recommended operating budget. So as these conversations continue and move forward, you know, some of these things may change and adapt based on those continuing conversations and discussions. We do want to start with just a little bit of background. This is a little bit new for us as a city. So we want to kind of start with defining our terms a little bit. So when we talk about our capital improvement plan, or CIP for short, we're really talking about a long-term planning tool for our capital budget that really helps to identify and articulate in one place what the capital needs are for the city, and really start to identify funding availability to help meet those needs, and ultimately to prioritize those projects and identify funding that is appropriate for those needs that have been identified. So talking a little bit about what is included in the capital improvement plan versus what is not. So the capital improvement plan can kind of be thought of as those one-time large expenditures. So those things that cost $100,000 or more, and create a new asset or enhance a current asset condition beyond its original or current state. They should also include one of these following components. So extend the useful life of the asset, enhance the quality of service, reduce future maintenance costs, and upgrade critical components of the asset. So the capital improvement plan, like I said, really for those large one-time expenditures. We'll get into the maintenance plan in a little bit. That's more of the ongoing maintenance needs. So like I mentioned, things that are not included in our CIP are those kind of ongoing maintenance dollars we set aside every year. Equipment and software improvements, we have moved those over to the vehicle and equipment replacement plan to kind of capture those costs specifically, excuse me. All right, so getting into the maintenance plan and kind of what is categorized here. The maintenance plan really is set forth to identify the routine and preventative maintenance programs, typically is how they're structured, that cost more than $50,000. So generally these are more programmatic in nature, although we do have some kind of maintenance projects in the maintenance plan as well, but really it's those things that exceed $50,000. Often, as it relates to our maintenance plan, these specific projects may not be known at the time that we're presenting this information to you all, and as the budget is adopted. But these projects and programs help us achieve some of the following goals. Restoring the asset's physical condition, bringing that asset up to a designated standard, preventing failure of deterioration, and then replacing or substituting some sort of component of that asset to kind of push out the end of life and kind of do that temporary repair. So this helps us kind of maintain the assets that we have currently in place so that we can continue to keep those operational. And then moving into the vehicle and equipment replacement plan, we'll often refer to this as the VERP. This is really the planning document where we identify all vehicle purchases, regardless of cost, and any type of machinery or equipment or software that exceeds $20,000 and equips a person or an operation in providing a good or a service. This is relatively new, so we're able to kind of identify some more of these projects this year than we have before. But this is really the definition that we use when looking at those particular projects. And then kind of talking about the long-term goals of the CIP, of the maintenance plan, and of the vehicle and equipment replacement plan. And we kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier, but I think it's worth noting again. But really having these plans in place to help identify the needs we have in our community and provide a more accurate depiction of our maintenance needs and some of the deferred maintenance items that we have. And ultimately, the goal with all of this is to get to the lowest cost of ownership so that we're spending public dollars in the most efficient way that we can. And it also provides kind of that long-term 5-year scope related to what we're anticipating. So we're continuing to get better at this. There's still improvements to be made, but these plans really kind of help set the framework and the stage for kind of those long-term discussions as we talk about our capital needs. So next, just want to kind of review a little bit the summary of the requests. So as we get into it and as I pass it off to Jeremy, we'll kind of talk about what is included on kind of the funded side versus the unfunded side. This is to give you kind of that full scope of the requests that have been received. So as it relates to the capital improvement plan, the total 5-year request that's been identified is $345 million. On the maintenance plan side, it's $195 million. And then on the vehicle and equipment replacement side over the 5 years, it's just over $48 million for a total over the 5-year period of $589 million. Of that, what is requested in 2022 is about $14 million. So we'll get into the details of that here in just a couple slides. One of the other things we wanted to kind of highlight as we kind of jump into these conversations is that we have 2 kind of general funding categories for all of these plans. So we obviously have kind of those governmental tax supported dollars in the general fund, special revenue funds like our infrastructure sales tax fund, as well as our debt service fund. So anything we want to bond over the course of however many years, depending on the life of the asset, repayment of that comes out of the debt service. So those are the key revenues on the kind of governmental or tax supported side. And then we also have funding in these plans that are proprietary funds. So these are our enterprise funds or fee supported funds. So think of the water and wastewater fund, solid waste fund, stormwater, as well as our internal service funds. So these are kind of the 2 general buckets of funding that we talk about and we look at as we're putting these funds and plans and recommendations together. I do want to spend just a minute or so kind of talking about the prioritization process. So one thing that we did last year for the first time is really put together and brought to you all for adoption, but put together a prioritization process and guidelines for all of our capital improvement plan projects. So all of the departments went through and reviewed their capital improvement plan projects and scored them against that CIP scoring criteria that you all adopted last year to give us kind of a base score. And then we put together peer review teams to kind of focus on those various categories. So there's 10 categories in total to really look at categories specifically to make sure that we had consistency across the different departments in terms of how things were scored to get us a final weighted score out of 100. So like I said, this is the 2nd year that we have utilized this process. And I think it really helps as we kind of get into these conversations related to these various plans to really have that core prioritization process in place we can kind of lean on and utilize as we're bringing forward recommendations to you all. Again, for those visual people, we wanted to kind of identify and include how the math works related to the scoring. So we put together kind of this generic scoring example so we can kind of see how the math works. If you will recall back to a year ago or so, there are different weightings that are identified for the different categories of the scoring process. So this identifies all of those different weights and kind of shows you how that total score out of 100, in this case 36, how that math is done to come up with that amount. So I'm not going to go through all of these, but for example, we have Project A over here in long-term planning. I'll remind you, scores are from 0 to 5. Received a 4 in long-term planning. The weight of that category is a 2. So they get, this project would get 8 points out of 10 for this particular category. And you kind of continue that math down the line. So just wanted to kind of include a visual for how that scoring is actually calculated, just as a reminder. All right, so this is the point of the presentation. I'm actually going to hand it off to Jeremy to go through the remainder of it. I will keep sharing my screen so we don't have to do the unshare, reshare, shuffle. But Jeremy, I will pass it off to you.
Thank you very much, Danielle. Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. We're excited tonight to talk about the City Manager's recommended CIP for 22 through fiscal year 2026. And as Danielle mentioned, we are still crafting the entire recommended budget for the city manager. So some of the things that are currently funded may move to unfunded based on other discussions that will be occurring over the next month with the budget. But the plan as we have it for you tonight shows a funded CIP of $51.6 million in 2022 and a funded CIP for the next 5 years of $243.7 million. Danielle, if you want to move to the next slide, we wanted to show you the CIP by outcome. This is obviously a new thing for us, so this was not in our presentation last year, but as the strategic plan has been identified by the outcome areas and the commitments to support those outcomes, we wanted to show how the CIP would fall for contextual purposes by outcome area. So starting at the top of the CIP, looking at projects that will be funded by future debt obligations, the highest scoring project in that category is the Broken Arrow Shelter, which is a project to make that shelter ADA compliant. It scored 59 points, and I'm not going to read all of these to you, but you can just see the scores broken out by the projects. Our main projects in this first category are Broken Arrow, Farmland, and the 23rd Street Haskell Bridge, or from Haskell Bridge, excuse me, to the city limit line. Danielle, if you want to go to the next one. The funding in that category stopped at 36. So anything that scored under 36 would be unfunded in the current projections. For the general fund, the top funded project was the youth sports complex, again, an ADA project for sidewalks and parking lots, scoring 71 out of 100. And you can see updating the land development code also scored very highly on this plan. A restroom replacement program for the Broken Arrow Park also scored very highly. Move on to the next slide. And 39 was the cutoff for the general fund. For the infrastructure sales tax, the top scoring project was the DeVictor Park trail improvements at 53. We also have the annual sidewalk bike ped improvement projects, the Lawrence Loop from Michigan to Chandra Shaw Park, and Eisenhower Drive Park trail and a play development were the funded projects out of the sales tax. The lowest scoring project in the sales tax was a 36 as well. Public parking starts with the New Hampshire parking garage and closing the stairways. That was scored a 40 on our list. The public transit fund multimodal facility scored a 56. There were 2 projects identified for the CIP in the Stormwater Fund, the Jayhawk Watershed scored a 65, and the program to identify and create a model for the stormwater system scored a 47. On the revenue bond side, the top project was the Southwest Lawrence Conveyance Corridor Improvement Project, scoring a 55. And you can see we have several other projects that scored as well. I think it goes, yeah. So what we wanted to show were projects that scored and were funded in the 2021 through 2025 CIP, but were now listed as unfunded in the current CIP. So you could see the cost, the difference of the score that dropped. We start with the park property acquisition. It had scored a 38 last year, but when it was scored this year, it dropped to 33, which put it below the line, as well as Holcomb Park Recreation Center expansion project, the police training center facility, and the 27th Street Bridge. Projects that also dropped below the line were the Naismith bicycle track from 19th to 23rd and the East Lawrence Center gymnastic expansion. The other 3 projects that we have that were funded before but are not now is Wakarusa from Harvard to 6th, a cemetery maintenance shop replacement, and the vehicle canopy and weather protection for the new police facility. The next slide shows the projects that were unfunded for the 2022 budget. The top one is the new fire station, number 6, that has been requested. There was an algae treatment farmland project that was a citizen initiative, but we considered that to be part of the staff driven farmland project. So it is also unfunded. The downtown parking lot sign replacement program in the parking fund, the 23rd Street land use and neighborhood study, the Atchison Creek Trail from West 19th to Bob Billings. There was a fiber project that Parks Department had requested, and the bicycle track on Iowa to 31st Street. A few others that are unfunded are the safety shoulders on Noria Road, the Burrows Creek Trail extension, an indoor police shooting range, the bikeway green pavement retrofit, and a wireless gate at 19th and O'Connell. So some of the policy questions we have surrounding the CIP is of the projects that you saw that were funded to unfunded, is there a project that you would like to see future plans developed, assuming that funding as well? And then some of the resident requests, would it be more appropriate for those to go through an advisory board before they come to the city commission? Is this something you like city staff to explore, or are you satisfied with the process of citizens, essentially creating their own CIP project and putting it into the request pipeline? Mayor, I don't know if you want to discuss the CIP before we move on to the VERP, or if you'd like us to continue with the presentation.
Mayor Finkel, I'm open to other commissioners stop. I think go ahead and finish the presentation. We'll come back to that slide.
Very good, thank you. Moving on to the vehicle and equipment replacement plan, affectionately known as the VERP, around the second floor of City Hall. The funded portion for 2022 is 16.2 million. The funded VERP for the entire plan is 42.3 million. We again show the VERP by outcome area, so you can see where the VERP is targeted by outcome. And then again, here are the list of the funded projects in the VERP. Probably the two most nearest and dear to my heart would be the new finance system and the new HRIS system to really help all of our departments with reporting, timely information, and better control over the finances and the human resources functions of the organization. In addition to that, I don't know that I have much to add here. Danielle, I think you can just move on. These are all the funded projects in the VERP, and the next slide, where we spend more time, would be the unfunded request. One is a fire medical / police mobile command vehicle for $1.5 million. There was a utility vehicle and equipment replacement program that was proposed, but funding has not been identified yet in the rate model of $341,000. Solid waste had a truck also not identified in the rate model of $72,000. And then there were forklifts and skid steers for $275,000 total. Moving down to the maintenance plan, we have $32.5 million programmed currently in the budget for maintenance in fiscal year 2022, and a total of $159.3 million over the next 5 years. The maintenance plan, which probably will come as a shock to no one, is primarily funded or supporting the connected city outcome. It's essentially all infrastructure, whether it be street infrastructure or utility infrastructure. And so here are the list of projects that are funded in the maintenance plan. You can see we have some stormwater projects that will be funded through general obligation debt. We have water projects that are both funded through debt and operating funds. A lot of these programs are annual expenses that you see every year, so I won't spend a lot of time on these unless there's any questions. If you want to move on to the I guess if we stop here, so street maintenance is one of those areas that has several funding sources, as you can see, and is currently programmed in the budget at $5.4 million. You'll see, I believe, on the next slide, or a couple of slides, that it's also on the unfunded list, or almost an equal amount. So the level of street maintenance that staff believes needs to be funded is essentially almost double what we actually have programmed into the budget. So that's an area of growing concern, as well as parking garage maintenance, failed infrastructure, the wastewater facilities. I would say this is a contingency fund, so it's probably not as critical, but something that we'd like to get programmed into the rate model into the future. I believe those are all the unfunded requests. So just to sort of go over the next steps, the next significant step in our budget process is the presentation of the recommended budget on July 13th. Due to the new state law that was passed through Senate Bill 13, we'll need to notify the county before July 20th of our intent to exceed the revenue neutral rate, as you all discussed previously. And then we're currently considering a couple options, but at the time we put the presentation together, we thought a follow-up presentation on August 10th to keep the budget discussion going before the hearing on the 7th made some sense. We've since thought about possibly combining those two and having a special meeting at the end of August, rather than waiting until September to have that revenue neutral rate hearing. The statute simply says that the hearing can't happen before August 20th, and it has to happen, I believe, before September 20th. So those are the parameters. When we put this schedule together, we were thinking no special meetings, so we're just trying to hit regular city commission meeting dates. But if the commission is willing, we believe it may be more impactful to have one meeting where we cover any follow-up to the budget presentation and the hearings at the end of August at a specially called meeting. And so if that is the direction the commission would like to go, we'll need to get that on an agenda here pretty soon to notify the public. And then the budget resolution is currently planned to be presented on September 14th. So overall policy questions for the CIP, the VERP, and the maintenance plan, were there unfunded projects that you all would like to see moved into the funded list, and vice versa, funded projects that we would then move to unfunded? Or are there any projects that you think should be delayed or reprioritized that you'd like staff to look into? And I believe those are all of our comments tonight. We'd be happy to answer any questions or go through any of the slides in further detail if you would like.
Mayor Finkeldye, questions from commissioners?
Commissioner Larson, Jeremy, are we going to get a copy of all the scoring that was done on each one of the projects in the CIP so we can get an idea of where they all fell?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. That is currently on our website, but we'll make sure that we get that link to you.
Commissioner Larson, thank you. Also, are we going to get the project sheets? I guess I hadn't had a chance to look at those yet.
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Those are also out on the website, and just due to the volume of them, we didn't attach it to the presentation, but I believe the staff memo has a link in it to the budget website.
Mayor Finkeldye, yes, Jeremy, it has a link to that, to the budget website. Then you can get the CIP by total score, category score, and the detail sheets there. Other questions? Well, I know there's some questions they want us to specifically answer, but we can come back and do that in discussion. Maybe we go ahead and take public comment and then maybe take a break and then come back with questions and discussion at that point. Does that work for the commissioners? Okay, let's go ahead and open this item to public comment. Any member of the public would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, or if you're present, let Sherry know and she will call upon you.
This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. I know there were several individuals who got the link and listed this item, but if you could still just please raise your hand or turn on your camera if you wish to speak, just so I know for sure that you're actually wanting to provide
comment on this item. Nicholas Ward.
Hello, Mayor, Commissioners. Nicholas Ward here. Speaking today as a lifelong skateboarder, as one of the lead designers and builders at Edgewood Community Skate Park in Edgewood Park, and as an advocate of skateboarding in public spaces. The skate park at Centennial was remodeled nearly a decade ago, which resulted in a 50% decrease in the footprint of the skatable surface there. Since that remodel, the skateboarding community has grown significantly in both in number and diversity. In response, a number of local skateboarders activated and became invested in a DIY or a do-it-yourself model by creating smaller, unsanctioned skate parks throughout the community. In 2016, we began to formalize this model by working directly with Parks and Rec staff on a protocol and a process for developing an official sanctioned site in the Brook Creek neighborhood. Since that time, Edgewood Community Skate Park has served the immediate community, especially young skaters living nearby at the Edgewood homes administered by Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority. On any given day, you can see a great range of use and users, from skateboarding and roller skating to wheelchairs, bicycles, RC cars, and as a gym for amateur cartwheel competitions. This previously underutilized space now receives more use than it ever has, and at very little cost to the city. Following up on this great success, we continued talks with Parks and Recreation, which resulted in a conversation about the long-awaited completion of Centennial Skate Park. So far, a plan has been developed to finish a small portion of the remaining footprint. That work, roughly 1/5 of the overall footprint, will be completed at Centennial in November of this year. The DIY skate park at Edgewood Park has been valued by Evergreen Skate Parks as a $100,000 asset for the Lawrence community. This is an endeavor designed and built by regular folks, and it will serve our community for decades. In your consideration of the CIP budget, we are asking for a similar investment from the City of Lawrence in the public skate park site at Centennial Park. The estimate to complete the site, to make it safe, and to fully realize the potential of the space requires $160,000. Parks and Rec placed this initiative in the 2027 CIP. Working together with Parks and Recreation, we have updated the estimate through consultation with a professional skate park building company and are asking that the initiative be moved up into the 2023 CIP. I want to give a great thanks to all of the skaters and supporters who have poured their love and time into these efforts, as well as to the staff of Parks and Recreation who have spent the last 5 years forming a great relationship with the skaters of this community. Thank you.
Michael Ullman.
Good evening. My name is Michael Ullman. I'm the multimodal chair at the Sustainability Action Network. The CIP project scoring matrix seems to have some glitches, in my opinion. It's not entirely objective. Some of it is data-driven, but much of it is value-driven by how you have created the matrix. So it's really only a guide and not a substitute for you, the commissioners, exercising discretion with levels of funding. Given that bicycle transportation has received less than 1% of all transportation dollars, that's really not equity. You have the option of reallocating the roughly $5 million of infrastructure sales tax to increase the bicycle proportion to what, 2-3% maybe? But for our 5 bikeway proposals that you have before you, you have even more options, all 5 rated currently by staff for no funding at all. For example, project number 1, we didn't propose that you spend $572,000 on the Atchison Creek Bikeway. What we proposed is that you enter negotiations with Evergy and with KU for sharing that cost. After all, KU's 10-year master plan calls for a trail right there. With Evergy's substation imminent, we recommend that you direct managerial staff to begin those talks. Project 2, it would also appear that the $495,000 for South Iowa Bikeway is eligible for 80% of CCLIP funding, which is targeted at projects that, quote, markedly improve the safety, capacity, and operational need of transportation. In this case, bicycle transportation, a core city service. We recommend that you direct MSO staff to pursue that with KDOT. Our Noria Road proposal is to use existing street maintenance dollars to build 7-foot wide shoulders instead of the existing 4-foot wide shoulders that MSO is intending. And it's true that Project 4, there's no readily available funds for the Lakeview Road Bikeway unless you reallocate those infrastructure sales tax dollars. And Project 5, after you committed last year to $382,000 for green pavement markings, it's truly absurd that staff suggests no funds this year for just 5 more projects. So we recommend that you consider all of these to move them up from the unfunded category using very creative and varied sources of funding. I appreciate your time and your work. Thank you.
Sam Thomas.
Hi, my name is Sam Thomas. I'm a skateboarder here in Lawrence. I'm also a graduate student at the University of Kansas, and I'm on the board for the Lawrence Skaters Association for LSA with Nick and a few other people. I I'm just on here to chime in about getting the skate park remodel for this CIP in 2023. Something I've been skateboarding in Lawrence for like a decade, and skateboarding has had definitely like a positive impact on my life. It's made me meet a lot of new people, expand my worldviews because skateboarding has become increasingly diverse. It's had me make connections when I travel to different places because I meet people that just skateboard, and that just makes the connection just that much easier. Something that I think the skate park not only provides for the community of skateboarders by just giving, more rideable surfaces, more obstacles, and just, new things to do. I think that I know that when I want to go skate somewhere else, I go skate Kansas City. I've gone down to Tulsa, Bartlesville, where I went to undergrad. And, you go down there to somewhere to skate a different park, and you're not just skateboarding that park, you're, buying from like local businesses in that community, and you're also, interacting with those people there. And I think something cool that could happen if we make Centennial a bigger park and a more attractive park for people just outside of Lawrence, that it invite more people into our community. It would increase economic revenue for the city of Lawrence, and it would just create a bigger community in the Midwest skateboarding scene. And that's just something that I think Lawrence could really shine with the, the uniquely unmistakable Lawrence identity that we have. The skate park back in the day was the first skate park to have lights, and that brought a lot of people in. And now every other skate park has lights, so that's not that big of a deal. But I think if we make our skate park unique and attractive, then we'll bring more people into the community, and we'll not only support the Lawrence skateboard community, but support the Lawrence community at large. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Joshua Brooks.
Hi. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. I'm going to kind of leave off where Sam was about the skate park and how it could benefit in the future. Because actually the skateboarding is going to be in the Olympics this year. And I think just having that bigger park, more attractive park, I mean, people already want to move to Lawrence, but I think having that much more bigger appealing park, in a sense, we're almost building Olympic training grounds now. Excuse me. And so I don't know. I just think it's, it's getting more and more popular. I actually work at the skate shop at River Rat Skate Shop here in town. And I teach skateboard lessons on the side. And it's just getting super, super popular. And I just, there are little things that the park needs for sure. Just, cracks fixed. We got a light out, little things, but definitely, some funding for the park, some expansions in the future, like Sam was saying, could greatly benefit the community. And like I said, it's getting super, super popular. And during quarantine, our sales boosted dramatically. And I know a lot of businesses were kind of hurting in that time. So it's kind of crazy that skateboarding has almost picked up since then. It's a really good social distancing sport, even though that's slowly becoming a thing of the past now. But yeah, just we're just asking for help. And, I think Sam put it really well, and so did Nick. So thank you, guys.
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I had to step away for a little bit, but when I came back, I heard the skaters speaking for the skate park, and I just want to agree with them. And I was just wondering, what benefit would it have for like getting students that come to KU if we did have a better skate park? besides, I mean, I think it would help tourism, but I think it could help KU and Haskell perhaps get a few, maybe more students interested in moving to here to go to KU or Haskell. So I just want to say I support this doing better for the skate park. Thank you.
JP Redmond?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just want to say that I'm actually I came here to Lawrence 21 years ago to go to KU because of the skate park. And the olders, like Josh mentioned, or maybe Sam, or the original skate park here was big. We were left with maybe like 2/3 of a park right now, and which is kind of crazy considering the how huge skateboarding has become. But you know, all this also is not to say that we don't appreciate the help from Parks and Rec. They've been a lot of help to work with, and we're really trying to finish the park, but it will take over $100,000, and that's why we're all here today, to try to get into the CIP. But yeah, there are people on scooters, there are inline skaters, there are roller skaters, there are bikers, you name it. It's just it is Lawrence's premier skate park, and it always has been. And it's just, we just need that boost. I don't know if you are able, doesn't look like you're able to see my video right now, but am I able to share my screen at all? Can I try doing that? Just real quick, I have a short video to show you.
Go ahead.
It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Oops, wait a minute. Try again.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, this is just an example of what the unfinished surface of our park looks like, and the cracks. And this is our friend Tracy Landis, and she actually broke her hip just rolling over this crack right there. And that's just kind of a pretty big example of so that covers like 1/3 of the skate park, and we're just left with that. And we really need to try to figure out a way to finish that. And while doing so, we also have to figure out what obstacles can intermingle with what is currently there. And it's not an easy job, but Parks and Rec is helping with that. And I'm kind of just repeating myself now. Sorry, a little nervous, but yeah, I just wanted to share that with you and give my piece on the subject. And thank you all so much for your time.
Roger Matthews?
Good evening. You might hear my son. We just got out of the bath. It's bath time. But I'm also a Lawrence resident. I've lived here since I was 8 years old. I was an Army brat. This is home for me. I've lived a lot of places, but this is the first place that I've ever lived. And I was like, I don't want to go anywhere else. And this is also the place where I discovered skateboarding. Just like JP, Nick, Josh, everybody was saying, skateboarding is one of the most, one of the skateboarding community, the inline community, the bike community, the roller skating community. They use the park facilities that we have on offer. We use it a lot. And when you go to the skate park at Centennial, the ground is rough. like they mentioned, it's dangerous. I rolled my ankle pretty badly there and just like didn't try anything, wasn't trying to hurt myself, wasn't trying to push myself. I literally like stepped on, the board didn't move because there was too many cracks in the ground. And I rolled my ankle and I'm still recovering. It's been 2 months now. So I think just repairs to the park are definitely in order. Like they've mentioned, the Parks Department has been great. They're very in tune with they're very in tune and responsive to what our needs are. But there are times where definitely with a number of people and different types of activities that are now being done at the park, more people are inline skating, more people are roller skating, more people are skateboarding. So with all of those things, with the fact that the park doesn't use all of its space, and because of the like need for renovation, it actually causes sort of a bottleneck issue. So people can't use that park. And I think one of the big main attractions of the park for the city council's point of view is it keeps skateboarders from going to places that they shouldn't, like private property or anything like that. Well, if you can't really go to the skate park and trust that you're not going to just get hurt just rolling around, you're not going to want to go to that skate park anymore. So I personally, I don't go to it anymore. I go to the Edgewood one. I live closer to it, but I just wanted to put that out there as just something in terms of like safety and, you know, driving if you want to have something that is going to get used, the skate parks are one of those things that's going to get used, but it's going to be diminished if you don't have all of the safety and features that it needs. Thank you for your time.
Billy Barnes.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I'm doing this from the car, but just wanted to thank all of the commissioners for their commitment to the community, as well as the mayor, all the support staff. Thank you guys for what you do. My name is Billy Barnes. I grew up in Lawrence, Kansas, started skateboarding at the age of 8, moved away. Now I'm in the San Francisco Bay Area. I work for the San Francisco 49ers, and it's been a lifelong journey of skateboarding in Lawrence. That this is a project. You look at Centennial Park, it is so close to being an amazing park, but it just needs a little extra push to get across the finish line and become an infrastructure asset that will last for another 20 years. We just need a little bit more love. I think if you guys would, you know, just consider looking at the skate park just how you would the public pools, the rec center, bicycle infrastructure, it is on par. The same is used by old, young, all demographics. It's really hard to quantify what the value of skateboarding is and a good park is to the community, I feel like. But I think if you talk to the skateboarders, like the ones that have joined today, sharing their stories, there's just countless life lessons that you can learn while skateboarding and while being with your friends and things you learn just being together there. It's a very, very inclusive space, and it kind of invokes creativity in all of us skateboarders, which we all support each other, whether race, color, creed, all of that. If you're a skateboarder, you're good to go at Centennial Park, and it's always been like that ever since I was a little kid. So I would just say, just from my experience, all the friends that I knew growing up, it kept us off the street. It kept us from doing bad things and just kept us on the straight and narrow, just because we had a place to go and we really enjoyed what we have. But yeah, as I go back to Lawrence now, I just see the cracks. I see the love that the skate park needs. So I'm just asking all of you guys to, as you look to add things into the CIP, to please consider this for funding. And the Lawrence Skateboard Association has been around for a long time, and it will be with you every single step of the way as planning is developed. And just wanted to say thank you for all of your time and really appreciate this opportunity.
This is Sharon Reederman, City Clerk. Is there any other public comment on this item? That's all the public comment, Mayor.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you for that public comment. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. After the break, we'll come back and have commission comments and questions and move from there. So we'll return at 8:10. Mayor Finkeldine, we're back from our break. I'll go ahead and take roll call. Vice Mayor Shipley?
Here.
Commissioner?
Here.
Commissioner Lawson?
Here.
Commissioner Bully?
Here.
I'm present as well. We finished public comment and we'll bring it back to the commission for questions, comments. I know we have a couple questions staff particularly wanted us to talk about, but maybe we open it for questions first and then go from there. Maybe I'll start off. Couple questions, and I'm not sure if who we have on from each of the departments, but I had a question about the DeVictor Park trail, or the trail and the $100,000 on that trail. Just a little bit more about. I mean, I've run that trail a couple times, and I know there's an unpaved part. Is that, when I looked at the project detail, I couldn't quite tell what we're working on, and then it said a connection to a neighborhood. Now, I didn't quite understand where that was.
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director of Parks and Rec. Yeah, one of the portions is that unpaved part that's ag line right now. The other one is a spur that goes off the northeast corner that it follows the gas pipeline easement, which would allow us to access a different neighborhood to get that connection to the park.
Mayor Finkeldine, so that connection, is that there now and unpaved or not there at all? I'm just trying to picture that. I don't picture that in my head.
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director. It's currently mowed, so there is no trail there now.
Mayor Finkeldine, thank you. I know one of the items that moved to the unfunded was in the 5-year plan was the gymnastics expansion. Is that, when we moved it to unfunded, does that drop off the list completely, or is it still something we'll continue next year again to look at and rescore? I do think at some point that's going to be a need. I was just curious on that, where that falls now.
Jeremy Wellman, Finance Director. One of the things that we're considering with the CIP committee is, okay, it's unfunded, now what? Does that make it the prime candidate for the first open slot in 2023, or does it shuffle back into the deck to be rescored? So I don't have an answer to you tonight on that. What I will say is it doesn't just go away. The project, doesn't disappear. So most likely what will occur is it will be resubmitted in the 2023 process and scored at that time.
Mayor Finkeldine, that was kind of my assumption. And I assume, Mark, on Parks and Rec, it's still something at least on the list of something to consider.
Yeah, Mark Hecker, Assistant Director. On some of those projects that were on the list before, frankly, what's happening is there's projects that are scoring higher than them, so they're bumping down the list. So they were kind of just above the cut line before, now they're falling below the cut line. So yeah, we'll probably just continue to bring those back or look at them and see why they're not meeting the scoring criteria.
Mayor Finkeldine, since you're on the screen, I'll keep asking you a couple parks questions, Mark. Can you talk a little bit about the Centennial Park? Obviously, it sounds like you guys have been working with some of the users of that park, but there was some mention of the deterioration of the park. Can you talk at all about your thought process on that and where it's funded?
Yeah, Mark Hecker, Assistant Director. Yes, what we're doing now is we work with the group and we're doing a $40,000 improvement this year. So that'll do a little piece of the park. To finish it out, you're probably looking at close to $150,000. So we proposed that project. I think it's in 2025 and showing it's unfunded. Again, it didn't quite hit the scoring criteria on some of the areas that we score. So it's falling off of the funded list. Needs to be done. There's definitely a need for that facility to be improved. It's highly used, and that's what's great about it is there's a big user group and they're all pretty active in coming and talking to us about what they want to do.
Mayor Finkeldine, can you talk a little bit more about the project we're doing this year? said that's part of the park. Is that going to address any of the issues with, I guess, with some of the deterioration, or is it an addition of something new?
Yeah, Mark Hecker, Assistant Director. Yes, it'll address a small chunk of the park. So if you look at the current aerial view of the park, there's about 2/3 of it that was redone a few years ago. So it left a third undone. So it's the old court surface that was the original skate park. So what this will do is fill in basically a pie piece. And then there's another section to the south that would need to be done with more dollars.
Mayor Finkeldei, thank you on that. There's a question for someone probably with MSO related to two questions, one related to the green pavement markings and one related to the Atchison Creek Trail. Can someone talk about, I know we did do a green pavement marking at some point and there's some projects left, and what's the thought process on that one, if anyone can speak on that?
This is Melinda Harger, Assistant Director of MSO. Speaking to the Green Pavement Project, that's a 2021 CIP funded project. If you're referring to the one that's currently in the CIP, it's a little over 300,000. We have not started work on that project yet, but it is slated to begin later this year. That project was scored and prioritized outside of our non-motorized policy. It didn't go through that review and prioritization. So this year with the resident requested projects, we saw a need to update how we were doing our CIP prioritization and making sure that those non-motorized bike ped projects are going through that policy and going to multimodal. So that's why those were pulled out and unfunded at this time, so they get prioritized through that policy.
I thank you. And on the Atchison Creek Trail, I know there is a Westall project going on. Has anyone had any discussions with either Evergy or KU on doing anything with that trail, to anyone's knowledge?
Melinda Harger, MSO Assistant Director. I will check with staff and get an answer back to you on that. I have not heard of anything, but that doesn't mean those conversations aren't happening. We do have a monthly meeting with the utility companies, so it's possible they've started those discussions.
Mayor Finkeldei, thank you. Again, I think those are all my questions for the moment. Other questions or comments from commissioners?
Vice Mayor Shipley. I'll do some of the easy ones here maybe first. The Harvard and Harvard to 6th and Wakarusa item, which is moved down and is unfunded. I was a little surprised to see that because I feel like you just did that a couple years ago from 6th Street to Harvard. Does anybody recall that?
Melinda Harger, MSO Assistant Director. We added that to our street maintenance a couple years ago. I believe it was 2019. And that was to provide a mill and overlay in order to expand its lifespan a little bit, but it had been in the 5-year for reconstruction. So when we rescored this project, it scored lower as far as reconstruction because it received that mill and overlay. So that's why it did score lower.
Great. Vice Mayor Shipley, I'll do this first. So I really love that in all of these, staff has given us a pie chart that shows the CIP or the VERP summary by outcome. But I also want to say it seems like staff might sell itself short sometimes. It seems like there are some projects here that I would put in more than one category, and I would have, expected to see a bigger piece of the pie. So this might be more of a statement, Craig, City Manager, for you, just to encourage staff to realize their value when they look at these outcome areas. Because some of these, for example, I would have expected to see a lot more strong and welcoming neighborhoods, while perhaps stormwater projects aren't sexy to a lot of people. Anytime my house isn't underwater, I know that I'm living in a safe and welcoming neighborhood. So just by way, again, of supporting the strategic plan and your work with staff to encourage them to lean into it and also accept how valuable their work is. I just thought I would sort of say that in general about all of those pie charts, which are very interesting and helpful. I don't know, Craig, do you have anything you want to say?
City Manager Craig Owens, thank you. We appreciate it. It is important. We are just trying out this tool. We're constantly trying to reuse and highlight that. So we'll continue to work on that. Categorization of some things that stretch across many different outcomes, it has been part of the challenge. So that's imprecise, but we try to be thoughtful about how do we categorize it. Sometimes it can't fit more than one place.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Shipley. Okay, now this is probably a rougher one. I think this is, I was there when this happened. It might be a good question for Diane or Brandon, but sometimes when I see things categorized that are using the infrastructure sales tax, it seems creative. So could you remind everyone what we can use the infrastructure sales tax for? I don't know that it requires going all the way back to the ballot verbiage, but just a reminder for the taxpayers and the voters out there what we use that money for.
This is Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. There may be somebody that can better articulate that in recall of the uses allowed than I can at this point. Perhaps, I don't know, Jeremy or Danielle, if you might be able to help with that. Thank you.
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt when she had asked you. For the infrastructure sales tax, the ballot language probably is the best place to go because it is rather precise. The purposes are for constructing, improving, maintaining public streets, sidewalks, stormwater facilities, recreational trails, bikeways, and paths, including residential traffic calming devices, residential curb and gutter replacement, improvements of crosswalks and accessible ramps, reconstruction of roads and intersections, and the purchasing of fire apparatus and related fire equipment, including radios and personal protective equipment. And then the overall caveat is anything that would be considered to be deemed in the best interest of the city.
Mayor Finkel, other questions or comments? I came up with one other question. Well, I was looking at the maintenance, maintenance versus CIP, and maybe just use the skate park because we heard about that tonight. What makes, for example, $100,000 on the skate park a CIP item versus something like outdoor court repair that we put in the maintenance fund? I mean, is there a delineation there that, I assume it's not bright line test, but what's kind of the delineation there?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. It really is the funding. When a CIP project by itself exceeds $100,000, it's outlined in the CIP. In the maintenance plan, what you're looking at is the accumulation of dollars. In other words, like a parking lot improvement, that $200,000 is going to go in multiple parking lots. So if you just did one parking lot, it may be $10,000 or $15,000, but it's the accumulation of all of them that puts it into the maintenance plan. You'll recall several years ago there was no maintenance plan; it was all CIP, and this was really staff's desire, if you will, to really focus the CIP on those projects that the public is concerned about, and those annual programs for maintenance, those routine objects, not getting rid of them, of course, but simply setting them aside in a secondary category so that we can spend more time on the projects and those things that the public have deemed important on a one-time basis rather than what we would consider to be ongoing. So the improvements to the skate park would be a project in excess of $100,000, and that's why it's on the CIP. Were the Parks Department to put annual maintenance to the skate park in their operating budget, and that annual maintenance was over $20,000 a year, it would be on the maintenance plan.
Mayor Finkelstein, so I'm looking on page 71 of the presentation. So again, just trying to get a feel for this. Like it talks about playground replacement, Lions and Stonegate, 175. So I guess if I divide that by 2, that's 2 maintenance projects that aren't over 100,000. So that's why it lands on the maintenance as opposed to the CIP.
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director, that's correct. We're really trying to keep the projects on the CIP at a project level, a specific item or group of items that are being repaired at the same time. And those things that we fund every year with relative consistency are now on the maintenance plan, so that you can see that over time we've invested X number of dollars in this maintenance object. It is art more than science, so there's probably something that could go either way. Again, we're trying to be transparent, but we felt like a CIP with 300 projects on it really wasn't effective or helpful for anyone. And so as we talked with staff, we really wanted to see what's the heartbeat of the CIP? What are we trying to convey? What are we trying to help the public to understand? And so that's really where the VERP and the maintenance plan were born out of, was a desire to not just remove them so they're no longer discussed, but put them in their own category and understand that these are dollars that are contributed in an ongoing basis, and the CIP would be considered special funding or funding of a specialized nature. And as I mentioned, it's art, not science, so there probably are things that could go in either of those plans, and we're happy to move them around as the city commission directs.
Mayor Finkelstein, no, I appreciate that answer. I'm not suggesting that. I appreciate the three funds and how we've moved in that direction. So I'm still new to this, so I'm just trying to make sure I understand it as we move forward. Commissioner Boley, looks like you had a question possibly.
Yeah, I would just like to ask, briefly about the decisions on relative funding among the various groups, the capital improvement plan, the VERP, and the maintenance. How did you come up with the levels of spending for each of those plans?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Candidly, we haven't really spent a lot of time focusing on those 3 levels. We're relying essentially on the historical levels of spending that we've had. As we continue to refine the CIP, the VERP, and the maintenance plan through the lens of the strategic plan, I think that's when you'll really start to see some targeted focus to ensure that we're effectively maintaining items, maintaining equipment, and then tackling those special projects as they come along to achieve the outcomes identified in the strategic plan.
What period of time do you think will be engaged in that effort from going from historical to, more of a, the different approach you described?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. We started that effort this year. It's a Herculean task, and so I would say, without putting myself in a box, over the next 2 to 3 budget cycles, we really should see the complete transformation of historical budgeting practices into strategic, programized, focused budgeting strategies.
Commissioner Larson, I'm thinking along the line of street maintenance program. under the maintenance? I see you got $10 million or $10.4 million, and I'm sure there's other areas where there's monies. How does that amount relate to our ability to start to get on top of our maintenance needs, our historical maintenance needs?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. I think I'll defer that to the MSO, as I know they're in that process of scoring the assets, the road assets.
This is Dave Wagner, Director for Municipal Services and Operations, and Mike and Melinda may have some adders on there. We were trying to figure out who's gonna field that, but I think we've got a long way to go yet on really getting a good asset assessment of where we're at on roads. It's kind of been our first go at a truly data-driven asset management plan, and so. I think that map forward, I think we're headed in the right direction. We still have a ways to go on roads to define where we're at. It is probably further along than any of the other assets we have. And I don't know if Mike has more to add to that about where we're at, or Melinda might, on the actual plan. I think kind of as Jeremy mentioned, I think as we're moving forward through that, every year will be better than the next, as far as where we are at in accuracy of what the need is and what the strategy ought to be with how to get the best outcomes for the least amount of money, which would include, it's moving us towards that overall goal of the lowest cost of ownership. So I don't know if Mike, if you've got some added to that that's more specific.
Sure, Mike Lawless, Deputy Director for MSO. We had done our predictor model similar to what we did with the water main model last year, and we plugged in our proposed funding, and it came out that to maintain our PCI, we need about $10.5 to $10.9 million a year to maintain that PCI kind of in the area that we want to get to. So we haven't had a chance to go back and rerun the model with the lower funding to show what that, kind of what the differences are, what it does to the PCI over time. That's something that we'll need to plug in and show what happens. The issue, not the issue, but the hard part about the model is just doing 1 year. You kind of have to project that out for multiple years to see anything change, because just 1 year of funding by itself doesn't shift the PCI greatly in one direction or the other. It's that sustained long-term either funding or not funding. And so what we'll just need to do is go back and plug that in and look at, let's say, that $5.4 million that was in the CIP, and then do that over a number of years. And then we can get a better idea of what does that do to the PCI over time.
Commissioner Larson, thank you. So you said that you felt 10.5 to 10.9 million a year is necessary in order to have a good foothold on our street maintenance program. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I'm seeing this year we've got 10.4 in our CIP, and going forward for the next 5 years, we've got a total of 5 years, we got a total of $56 million. So do you believe that, based on what you said, that the $10.5 million a year is adequate funding in order to start to get on top of this maintenance program?
Yes, that's the maintenance program. We'll still have, and I'm not right off the top of my head, I can't remember if that includes reconstruction dollars or if it's just maintenance dollars. And so I need to go back and verify that through the model.
Thank you, Commissioner Larson. Thank you.
Jeremy Willis, Finance Director. Sorry, if I could just add, that includes a $30 million unfunded component. So looking at the CIP by project is helpful for context, but I think looking at it by funding sources is also helpful. And 30 million of that of the street maintenance is unfunded currently.
Commissioner Boley. So the funding that's being recommended for the street maintenance plan is essentially based on historic spending rather than the strategic plan per se.
Finance Director Jeremy Wilmot, that's correct. As I mentioned, we're working our way toward converting the budget, if you will, to being programmatic and focused on delivering the strategic plan. And I think we're making great strides that way, but that's a very big lift for 1 year. So especially in a year coming out of a pandemic where revenues are still relatively flat.
This is Commissioner Ananda. I want to start by thanking all the skaters who came here tonight as the parent of an 11-year-old who really loves skating and a 7-year-old in my house who is starting skating lessons this summer. Safety is really important in those spaces, and I just really appreciate that there are folks who are organized and working with Parks and Rec to make that as safe as possible, and acknowledging, the budget piece. I'm glad that there are some dollars going toward that because I think it's really important. So thank you all for taking the time to do that. I wanted to, I think, kind of jump into what Commissioner Larson was saying around not necessarily the specifics of what we are spending, but what is an appropriate dispensation of our funding as far as maintenance and, new projects when it comes to our roads. And, what is best practice around that? Presumably, if we are being effective, most of that money would be in maintenance with few projects that are new unless we're growing. Which of course we always are. So I'm just curious if there's any kind of big picture best practice information out there for what we should be looking toward and moving toward.
Jeremy Wilmot, Finance Director. I don't believe that we have any set percentages that we can share tonight, but that is one of the things that we're looking into is what does the right size look like? What I can share with you is that of the money that's programmed currently, almost 55% is in the CIP, a little under 36% is in the maintenance plan, and 9.5% is in the VERB.
Ms. Commissioner Ananda, thank you. And I'm sure that that's going to be a learning curve for us. And obviously it depends so heavily on the city that you're in and what kind of community you have. So I appreciate that. The only other question I had was just, I know last year we were developing this matrix. We spent a lot of time talking about it. So it's very delightful to have seen that implemented and not be the focus of this conversation. But, you've mentioned that it's going to take time. It's going to take time to get good at this and to practice this. And so I wanted to ask generally, and maybe it's not a question to answer tonight necessarily, but what are some thoughts about moving forward with this matrix? Do we feel like it's effective? Do we feel like staff-wise it reflects, our strategic plan and moving forward?
Jeremy Wilmot, Finance Director. I'll start that, but I welcome anyone else on the team who'd like to chime in as well. The way the process went this year was that the requesting department scored the project in light of the strategic plan, and then it was peer reviewed by other stakeholders within the organization. Sometimes from the same department, sometimes not, but there were teams set up that essentially looked at just one or two of the criteria and ensured that there was no bias or there was no misunderstanding with the criteria and the score that was given by the rating department. And so I believe that process is solid, and can it be refined? Sure, anything can be refined. Probably where we will want to start focusing more time is on the weighting of those projects and ensuring that the weighting that is used is in alignment with the strategic plan. I would say that would probably be the most impactful way to ensure that the scores stay true to the strategic plan.
This is Commissioner Ananda. I guess a follow-up to that would be then, do we have plans for measuring outcomes on that and how that is aligning with the strategic plan?
Jeremy Willen, Finance Director. I'd say that the measurement will be on the KPI side, and how these projects help to move the KPI needles, the key performance indicators. Sorry, I know everybody doesn't like acronyms, and I usually make fun of other people who use them, so that's my fault. But the key performance indicators per measurement that we've outlined in the strategic plan, that's essentially where the rubber is going to meet the road, no pun intended, or maybe intended, I don't know. It depends on which project we're talking about. So that's really where we look to see the performance and make sure that, as Dave Wagner mentioned earlier, that lowest cost of ownership is one of the key critical success factors, one of the key performance indicators. And so we should see that drive down cost over time.
Ananda, thank you. I think that y'all are getting me real excited about seeing the report on those KPIs and how we engage fully in this strategic planning, priority budgeting process. I mean, it's kind of magic if it works, and it's really exciting. So thanks for your work on that.
Mayor Finkelstein has a follow-up question, maybe lead us to a couple of questions you presented. How about a citizen-initiated CIP project? Do they weight it themselves and then someone look at it, or is it come in and weighted by who?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. We left it open to the applicant if they wanted to try and determine what the cost of the project may be, if they wanted to score the project, but ultimately staff took the information that was presented in the project and developed the assessment that you see tonight.
Mayor Finkel, I guess I was curious, do you hand one project to Parks and Rec and one to MSO and let them score it, and then does it get checked again by that other committee, or does it go just to the other committee first to score? How does that work?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Yes, we look at the intent of the project that was submitted by the citizen and give it to the department that would most closely be represented in the work that they're asking to be done. So road projects would go to the MSO, park projects would go to the Parks Department, et cetera. They then score them along with their other projects, and then they're all peer reviewed.
I think I thank you on that. So one of the questions you asked on page 56 of the report was a possibility of maybe having an advisory board look at some of those. I mean, based upon that question, I guess I read into that question and maybe you're not completely happy with the way the process is working, or is that just an open-ended question on how we should handle that?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. I believe from a staff perspective, we feel that some of these projects, I think the algae project would probably be a good example of one. Citizens are concerned about it, which is great, and we have a staff project as well. So instead of creating two competing projects, if it went through some kind of process where they, could learn about what we already have in the works, we may be able to come up with a better model moving forward. We have a process already in place that Melinda mentioned, where the non-motorized transportation projects are vetted through a process. And so the question, I guess, is that a more appropriate place for all non-motorized projects to start, or should it be up to essentially the citizen to either go that route or just bring a direct project to you through the CIP process? And I guess our concern is that when we bypass those processes, or when we will look at projects outside the context of the budget, then we're really providing a different level of recommendation. And it seems that in all fairness, the projects that are going through those processes, that making sure that all the projects of like kind go through those similar processes would be best for everyone, because then we're now starting to compare those projects with other peer projects, score them and weight them in light of the other projects, so that we don't run into an issue where a project that may have a niche group of support, if you will, gets funded through the CIP process, and then projects that had gone through this committee process are unfunded because those dollars had already been resourced to a different project. We believe that all these projects that have a similar thread should go through a similar process. Therefore, they're being weighed against each other. Craig, I don't know if you want to add to that.
City Manager Craig Owens. We just want good integrity of the process so that we have the consistency of all the projects rating kind of the same way. At the same time, it's a wonderful feature that we hear directly from community members, because we don't always catch everything. Hopefully they come in at an early enough stage and we get it in the system, and then it can be something that's undertaken. So it was just another idea to see if there was some idea from the commission standpoint, if there's any value in having some process modification just related to the directly brought forward projects. But I certainly also want to elevate Mr. Allman's comment that it's not a perfect system. These scoring rubrics and these systems, they try and put a certain science to this, but sometimes it just is a political judgment, and that's appropriate. So we certainly respect that, and there's some percentage that that's the catch-all to help us make sure it's the right thing for the community. So I think this was put on here just to recognize this is a new process, and if you see like we do that there could be some improvements, we'd love your feedback. But if you think the way that we're handling these should run its course a couple more years, and that's great too.
Mayor Finkeldye, I think that's helpful, and I'm certainly interested in other commissioners' thought. I do think, as I was thinking about that question, we did send out an email blast or a press release that said, hey, anyone who has a CIP project, please bring it forward to us, which I understand, and I guess Craig, as you said, it kind of makes sense. But I also wonder if, like you said, there wouldn't be a better point in the process where we send out a press release right before multimodal's working on something. Hey, anyone who has a bike ped project, bring it to this committee, or Parks and Rec Board. If you have improvements you want to make to the park system, bring it to the Parks Board, and do that in advance of sending something out that says, again, maybe not eliminating that aspect of it, but getting some of those projects talked about at an advisory board level or at a staff level. So again, they can be weighed against others. I could see being a beneficial process. And then when you get to the end and you ask for CIP projects that haven't been through that process, as you say, they're on an uphill battle at that point. And so it seems like the earlier we can get them in the process, the better.
City Manager Craig Owens, the other thing I'd say is we hope that we're adding things to year 6. We're adding things at the end so that there's capital investment shouldn't be a surprise. They should very rarely be a surprise. And we have a 5-year CIP so that we have some time to plan and to prioritize. So ideally, this isn't oh no, this is my only year and I want it done this year. These projects should be kind of deliberately planned and coming towards us, and we make a few adjustments year to year. So when community members are participating in this process, hopefully they're looking a little ways out too. It doesn't always happen that way, but if we elevate something and it starts to come up a couple of years, that would be a signal for us to get it into the processes that exist now. So I think as we exist right now, I think the process is fine and we account for it. We just need the public to help us look further down the horizon and understand that there's 5 years of projects.
Mayor Finkel, any other commissioners want to comment on that particular issue? Mayor Finkel, seems like we're heading in the right direction then. The other question on, just so we make sure we hit all the questions the staff put in there on page 56 of the presentation was if a project is identified as funded in a prior year, do you want future plans developed to assume funding as well? And Jeremy, does that go back to what you were talking about before on where you put them back in the process?
Yes. Sorry, Jeremy Willen, Finance Director.
Mayor Finkel, other commissioners' thoughts on that?
This is Commissioner Ananda. I think that, like Jeremy said, those aren't going away. Certainly the need is likely to not go away. So maintaining that somehow and ensuring that we weigh it on an annual basis, I think is important, unless it becomes an obsolete project through some other event or action.
I think I agree as well. I think as long as it's there and being considered until it, either becomes obsolete or otherwise, I think you can continue to weigh it. Then on page 74 of the presentation, last page, or second to last page, there's 2 questions. I just want to make sure we respect all the questions the staff has asked us. Are there any unfunded projects that should be moved up? Or are there any projects that should be delayed or reprioritized?
Commissioner Larson, I don't think that's a question, either one of those that I can't answer right now until I've had a chance to really dive into the information.
Mayor Finkel, this would be a good time to ask or make sure we and the public knows. I mean, this is a presentation of the CIP. It will come back again a couple times as part of the larger budget. Is that correct?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. That is correct. It'll be presented on July 13th, not to this level. We'll focus on the operating budget more at this level, but certainly if there's changes to that recommendation, those will be highlighted on the 13th. And then it will be presented another time on either August 10th, or if we have that special called meeting to share the presentation with the public hearing.
Mayor Finkel, again, I think as Commissioner Lawson said, there's time to look at these and come back and have some discussion. I guess I would just mention the couple I already mentioned. And I think Melinda's going to look a little bit into the Atchison Creek Trail, and if there's any discussion with West Delaware KU on that from the staff perspective. And I guess I am, obviously we heard a lot about tonight, maybe getting a little more information or thought on the skate park as it relates to maintenance versus an improvement and where that might fall. And if there's things we can do on it, maybe from a maintenance side, possibly before the CIP. And I guess as I was looking at these charts, there's one of them in, I think, 2024, that's a dog park at Broken Arrow, developing something new there. And I guess, I'd be interested in, with the money we're putting into the other dog park, just kind of where that fits in the whole scheme of things, and maybe something like the skate park. I hadn't thought about that before tonight, and how that weighs against each other. Obviously there are things like the new splash parks, which I've been getting lots of comments about and people are happy about. And those are new facilities that we're putting in. So again, I don't have an overall opinion here. I'm just thinking these are things to look at and kind of consider as we continue to massage this.
Go ahead, Commissioner or Vice Mayor.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, thank you. Vice Mayor Shipley. To that point, I wonder if some of those particularly Parks and Rec items stem from the Parks and Rec. They have their own strategic plan. If that has sort of evolved since they completed it, and perhaps some things need to be reprioritized. I don't know if Mark's still here, if he might say something.
Mark Hecker with Parks and Rec. I think there's always opportunities to kind of put skate park in, take dog park out, you know, that sort of thing is if priorities are set that way, that's the way we can go. A lot of what you're seeing is how it's scored out. So I think this review is good, that if there's a will to do a different project, take this one out, put that one in. I think we're always interested in hearing that conversation. So in our opinion, all of them need to be done. So
this is Commissioner Ananda. I think that I have a broader kind of community organizing question. If, let's say, you know, there's an employee of River Rat, if they commission a t-shirt to be made, proceeds of which go to the fund to improve that park, is that something that the city would be willing to, if there are those kinds of specific projects that are independently funded and community organized, is that something that would move that forward or no?
Derek Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation, and we've had a very good collaborative working relationship with the Edgewood and the Do-It-Yourself Skate Park and the Centennial Group, the Lawrence Skate Association, LSA, and that's how a lot of this has gone in shared costs and fundraising and volunteering work from those organizations. So having a working relationship where the organization is involved financially definitely piques our interest and helps get priorities on some of these projects.
Commissioner Ananda, thank you. I think the community organizer in me sees potential around some of those, particularly Parks and Rec projects, about which people, very niche groups, feel very passionately about things that are very important to them, and that's just a nice opportunity too, I think.
Vice Mayor Shipley, Derek, perhaps you can remind us of the number of partner organizations that Parks and Rec works with, from donating trees to benches to, I can't remember what the number was, but I've seen the list, and certainly Parks and Rec has lent itself very well to working with partners in that way.
Absolutely. Derek Rogers, Parks and Rec Director. I did hear a number the other day, 650 nonprofits in the city of Lawrence in our community. We touch quite a few of them, and you know, when you start talking projects, you start talking dog parks and community engagement. I think there was a petition with over 1,200 or 1,300 names on that petition. So every organization is going to work hard to help get their projects done. And there's going to be times we agree with our organizations and other times that we may not agree, but we'll always continue to work with them and look forward to those opportunities.
Mayor Finkelstein, I know there was one last question, and I'm not sure we have to answer tonight or not. Jeremy, you asked a question about whether or not we'd be willing to have a special meeting at the end of August. Is that?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Yes, the schedule that we had laid out for you, a revised budget schedule, was essentially our first blush at the Senate Bill 13 language that changed state law that mandated the hearing happen between August 20th and September 20th. And in an effort to stay, on your normal schedule, we had recommended September 7th. But as we continue to discuss that, it seems like we may lose a lot of momentum with the public and with the budget process if we introduce a budget in July and don't have a hearing or that process until September. So the thought was, because we cannot do it before August 20th under state law, then we would have to have a special meeting. And so it started to make sense from a staff level to combine what's on this schedule as August 10th and September 7th into one special called meeting on August 24th.
Mayor Finkel, I noticed, that is a quirk in the schedule that August has 5 Tuesdays. Probably won't happen every year that we have this, that August 20th to September 20th falls in between quite a few of our meetings. So we would, even if we had a special meeting on August 24th, we'd have a week off on August 31st before coming back in September. Thoughts of commissioners about an August 24th meeting?
It's Commissioner Bowley. I think there'd be plenty to talk about on the 24th, just on that. So I think it'd be a great idea.
Commissioner Larson, we would still be able to do remote. I'm assuming at that point, there's a good chance we'll be in person, but we would still have the option of doing remote because I'll be on vacation that time, but I'm more than happy to tune in wherever need be. And also it's my birthday. So, hey guys.
This is Commissioner Arnoldo. My partner will also be gone at a retreat and I'll have my kids that week. So I would need to be remote as well.
Commissioner Bowley, it could make it easier for social distancing at City Hall.
Maybe, Mayor Finkel, I'd say for now, Craig, can we continue to talk about that and kind of look at the schedule? And we don't have to make that decision tonight now that we have a little more information. And maybe talk about that and bring it back. Well, I guess we don't have we have a meeting next week, right?
Yes, City Manager Craig Owens. We absolutely can, but we can't lose too much time because we've got to get all our notices published and just understand where all those things are. This is a whole new process that with the state legislature laid out for us. So we just want to make sure that there's no errors and we get plenty of margin on making sure this is all done right this first year out.
Mayor Finkel, I'm open to the 24th, and I can see some good reasons for that, but if we have 2 commissioners, we can also look at the 31st, at least gain a week there. How about the 31st? Would you guys, it's not Commissioner Wilson's birthday on the 31st at least.
I'll still expect cake.
At least, so if we look at August 31st, that would buy us at least a week there. Jeremy,
I think that'd be fine too. Yeah, that'd be great. So.
Jeremy, do you think that helps accomplish some of that?
Jeremy Wilman, Finance Director. Certainly, we think that anytime we can, allow more time into the process will be good for public engagement as well. So if the 31st works for the commission, we'll make sure that we update our calendar and we'll get a little bit more information in the city manager's report with that updated calendar at your next meeting.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you on that. I think that sounds like it works best. Okay, other comments on the CIP before we look back at what our actual action item is here? Is it just to receive it? Let's see.
Just to review it. Yeah.
Review it. So no necessarily action to be taken. Any final comments?
Yeah, Commissioner Larson, I just like to thank staff for the information they presented to us or gave to us, the spreadsheets that we can work off this year, which are just delightful. Ability to sort and pick and choose what I need to look at. I really appreciate that as well as Danielle had given me a table of contents to kind of work through some of the documents. I'm really looking forward to going through it all. And we're just getting better every year, I think. Thank you.
Commissioner Bullock, I'd like to just second that. Thank you so much.
Mayor Finkeldine, yes, thank you, Jeremy, Danielle, all the staff. I know there's a lot more work to come on the budget and otherwise, but I certainly appreciate it. And thank you for the folks who came tonight and know that the projects, so we're going to continue to discuss them and continue to look at them. And please stay tuned. Okay, that concludes our regular agenda. We'll now move to commission items. Are there any commission items?
Commissioner Larson, I have an item. I think it was last week there was a project on I think it was the consent agenda about a cost overrun on an engineering project where the engineer's estimate was lower than what was the bid came in at. And so we approved that project to move forward. But when I started doing the research on it before the meeting, I tried to find it in our CIP and I couldn't find it in our CIP, our current CIP. So I asked staff about that, and they had indicated that the project was an older project. It was in past CIPs, but I didn't realize that when we're still authorizing money for a project, that project wouldn't be in the current CIP. So I'm curious as to, I think there's a possible transparency issue there that we're not seeing all the projects where money's being spent in a current year, but yet we can't see that on the CIP. So I was wondering if there's a way that we can somehow get a list or work with a list going forward as to what projects we're working on that are not in our current CIP, but yet we're spending money on those in the current years, or what it looks like money to me.
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. If I could harken back to your last comment, Commissioner Larson, where you said we're getting better every year, I'd say that this falls under that context, that our CIP candidly is a very cumbersome document, as you all have seen. And making changes to it throughout the year is not something that we can do. The software doesn't have the ability to have a original and amended. It simply overwrites whatever is currently in there with a new one. So we as staff don't feel like that's a good process to follow. What we have discussed with the CIP committee is creating a memo that we would attach to the quarterly budget adjustment that would show any changes to the CIP that occurred in the prior quarter. We would then post that memo on the CIP page so that people could see the adopted CIP, and then they could look at the changes that occurred over time. With the specific project that you mentioned, I think the challenge that we've had as staff historically has been bonded projects that the City Commission will authorize a bond resolution that will authorize a project, bonds will be issued, and then it essentially just goes into the ether. And so what we're trying to do is establish a way to ensure that that doesn't happen in the future, unlike the cash funded projects where appropriations are required annually. Of the bonded projects, once they've been approved, there is no requirement that they be reauthorized every year. So we believe that memo, as I outlined, is probably the most efficient way to address that, at least until we get a different software alternative.
Okay. Commissioner Larson, thank you very much.
This is Commissioner Ananda. I wanted to kind of come back to our Citygate. And I'm sorry, my internet connection is unstable. Sorry, I'm freezing. I know my internet connection is unstable. I apologize. I wanted to come back to the Citygate report that we received and talk about the possibility. The possibility, sorry. I'm learning that when you freeze, I need to stop talking. The possibility of continuing our conversation about our role as a commission in that because not all of that falls under police, the 12 items that were brought last June. And so some of those were like the decriminalization piece and the possibility of looking at decriminalization of some of the issues that we have in our, or some of the crimes that we have identified in our city code. Looking at the 8 can't wait factors and the obligation that we have as we signed up for that, and assessing moving forward with that, as well as looking at the chapter, I believe it's 12, but don't quote me on that, where we define law enforcement's role within the city. That didn't necessarily fall under the gate or the purview of what Citygate did, but they are items that we had discussed as a priority for the commission, or at least something to look into. And I wondered if there was an opportunity. I know that our anti-poverty work group is looking at recommendations that we decriminalize poverty. And I'm certain that they would have some thoughts on how we could go about that, or what kind of an impact we could have if we engage in some of that action. And so I'm wondering if other commissioners would be interested in asking staff to bring us some thoughts on how we can move forward with that as a commission, as well as, you know, if there are some quick things like, I believe Kansas City just decriminalized jaywalking, for example. Some crimes that we have identified that historically may be targeting certain individuals, whether that's a result of poverty or race, etc. So I wanted to get other commissioners' thoughts on that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Larson. I do think it, the idea of taking off our books of fines and so forth, crimes such as, I don't know if that's a crime, but situations where, you know, people are given tickets for something like jaywalking, you know, I would be interested in looking at some of that type of work for sure. How far you take it up to the rung as far as being criminal, that's something that would be kind of where that line is drawn would be important to know. But I'd definitely be interested in looking at some of these low level situations to be addressed.
Vice Mayor Shipley, yeah, I'm not sure. I think maybe you've, Commissioner Nanda, maybe you've identified them as non-person crimes. I think that's what you've called them in the past. I had to get my nomenclature correct. And I'm also interested in looking at the 8 can't wait, which I think some of those things were discussed by Citygate, but it seems like there's at least one thing that I would consider low-hanging fruit in that list. I would like to hear specifically what staff has to say about that.
This is Commissioner. Oh, go ahead, Mayor.
Mayor Finkeldie. Yeah, I was going to say, I know it, you know, for a while I think Brandon was bringing us a kind of an update of the list of issues and where we're at on each one of those. And I think a lot of those were addressed by and going forward. But yeah, maybe getting an update on that and where we're at and on each of those items, and make sure we're not letting anything slip through the cracks. You've mentioned a few of those that we could certainly talk about. So I'm certainly open to that.
This is Commissioner Ananda. Craig, is that something that you feel staff could bring back to us?
City Manager Craig Owens. Yeah, I appreciate the comments here. I feel the positive thought about both of these two items. I see them as two. So maybe if you could summarize what the takeaway is, and Sherry will be writing that down. So we can be sure that we're meeting your expectations here. And then I'll try and work with some time frame estimates for us.
This is Commissioner Ananda. Thank you, Craig. I think that specifically looking at obviously the 12 items, I think that the mayor's comment around Brandon's update on that, how we can address the ones that were addressed by Citygate. I think that would be a reasonable thing to do. Looking at the decriminalization of poverty, anti-poverty work group, and a conversation with them, how could we look at what maybe their recommendations are, as well as some really low level, like Commissioner Larson mentioned, items that could be quick. I understand that reviewing an entire code is not a fewer than 90-day process, right? So those two specifically, and then I heard mentioned the Can't Wait. I certainly think that checking how we are on that and whether or not there's something that could quickly be moved on that. I didn't hear consensus around the chapter defining law enforcement, and perhaps that's something that, as we review our city code over time, could be reassessed as well. Did that help, or was that just more muddy water in a bucket of muddy water?
Well, I think City Manager Craig Owens, if a good check might be asked Sherry what she would read back to us.
I had not heard in the
previous conversation either any consensus on the looking at the chapter that defines policing, but to have the anti-poverty group look at or provide recommendations of decriminalization of items in the city code, and also what items that could be addressed quickly, for lack of a better word. And then on the 8 Can't Wait, is there something that can be quickly addressed on that? And then an update on the items that were in that initial list that the Citygate report has already addressed. Typing quickly, did I get?
City Manager Craig Owens, on the one that the 8 Can't Wait, addressing that and reconciling the list of 12 items against what the Citygate report had. I would group those with the work that the police department is working on with the Citygate bringing stuff back to you, if that's okay. That's a 90-day work plan.
I guess Mayor Finkel, I guess my thought was maybe one way to look at this is to go back to the list of the 12 and say to us, this one is coming back to us within 90 days. This one, no one's addressing, that sort of thing. I guess I've kind of lost track of which ones all being worked on, by and where they're at. I mean, again, I'm not sure all of those are addressed, but maybe and maybe that'll give us a way at the next meeting to look at that list and then say to you, A, B, C, we want to do, and then the rest of them, they're all in process one place or the other.
Okay, so we'll sort the 12 items. Are they going to be covered on Citygate, or are they not going to be covered on Citygate? And then the ones that are not covered on Citygate, you'll give direction on what you want us to do next, or what we want to do next.
This is Commissioner Ananda. I think that there was a specific request, at least from me, regarding moving forward. We know that the decriminalization piece is not included in that. And so I don't know that that necessarily needs to be on a report telling us that before kind of next steps are looked at. I did hear in Sherry's statement that it would be the anti-poverty work group leading that. I don't know that necessarily that was the intent on my end, but certainly I think that they are stakeholders in that conversation. And I would prefer to have staff be the drivers of how that moves and where it moves. So on that one specifically, bringing back thoughts on how to move forward with that on that specific piece involving those stakeholders.
Okay, City Manager Craig Owens. Yes, and I appreciated our earlier conversation on that, Commissioner Nanda. So what I understand is there may be some that are kind of easy to find and quick to address, and that's what you're trying to do without going through the entire code to identify things. But that might be something that's a future plan that takes longer. So we have to figure out how do we triage it and know what do you mean by these easy ones to do or these ones that seem obvious to you all. So that will be, we can look at the offenses. We have looked at the offenses, and it's a long list. And we also evaluated whether we've used these or not. I think there's some data there that we could look at, and we can offer up something for you to look at. And then maybe you can give us some direction, the commission can give us some direction off of that map, that list, that overall list, that would help us know where to start working on revision of the ordinances.
Commissioner Nanda, you are very succinct. Thank you.
How about that? Okay.
Mayor Finkelstein, okay. Other commission items.
Just one short one, Mayor, Commissioner Shipley. I think some of us saw an email or on Facebook, Tom Harper from Lawrence Modern had noticed our beautiful sculpture out front, the flame, and he just happened to be looking up and come to find out that the artist that created that sculpture had recently passed away. Her name was Lynn Emery. And I do know some people back then that were involved in some of the fundraising for that sculpture back in the 80s, and a great number of people put forth their energy and time to make that the beautiful thing that it is. I don't know if you all love it, but I think it's gorgeous, and I'm really grateful that Lynn was able to build that sculpture for us, and I just thought I would point that out. We walk past it all the time. We admire it, and I just wanted to give a shout out.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you for that. The only other one I'd mention is we'd had the electronic recycling event, and I went through that, and it's kind of like the vaccination. You get in line and you think this is going to take forever, and then they were very efficient to get people through the line. And I know Jasmine was there. She picked the TV up out of my car and took it to the recycling. And I know there's many other folks, volunteers and city and county staff working it. So anyway, I appreciate the efforts on that. Okay, if there's no other commission items, we'll go to the city manager.
City Manager Craig Owens. Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple items on there. Our usual future agendas and upcoming agenda items with ex parte communication requirements, and also 4th of July fireworks. So we're happy to participate in that with some other community partners. I think that kind of celebration is going to be very exciting to our community. So we wanted to update you on that. That's all I have.
Mayor Finkelstein, yes, I think the fireworks are going to be a great opportunity, and I look forward to everyone working together on that. I guess it is a public hearing item on the city manager's report. If any member of the public would like to speak on one of those three items, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, or let Sherry know and she'll call upon you.
There's no comment on this item, Mayor.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you. That takes us to the calendar. Any comments on the calendar?
Mayor, is the Kansas municipalities going to be here in a couple weekends, or have they moved that date? I keep reading that date in the magazine, and no one has mentioned it to me.
Mayor Finkeldine, yes. The Mayor's Conference is going to be here next weekend, from the 18th into the 19th. Starts at noon on Friday the 18th and goes till about 2:30 on Saturday. It's at the Doubletree. And I guess I'll be kicking it off with a little welcome to all the mayors who are coming in with the League of Municipalities on that afternoon. So it should be a good conference, I think. Okay. Nothing else on the calendar? Then I'd look for a motion to move to executive session.
Okay, Commissioner Bullock.
We're just going to wait for you.
I move we recess into executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss a personnel matter involving a city employee pursuant to the non-elected personnel matter exception, KSA 75-4319B1. The justification of the executive session is to protect employee privacy. The City Commission will resume in its virtual format in accordance with resolution number, should it be 7375, sorry, at the conclusion of the executive session.
Commissioner Larson, second now.
Mayor Finkeldine, a motion by Commissioner Bully, a second by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Ananda? Aye. Mayor Finkeldine, aye. Passes 5-0. We will return at 9:57. Mayor Finkel, aye. We are back from executive session and we have nothing to report. I look for a motion to adjourn.
Here, this is Commissioner Ananda. Do we need to do roll call?
Oh, I guess that's probably true. We'll do a roll call. Vice Mayor Shipley.
Here.
Commissioner Ananda. Commissioner Lawson.
Here.
Commissioner Bolt.
Aye.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Isabel. Now that we're all here, maybe I'll have a motion to adjourn.
Foley,
Larson.
move to adjourn.
Commissioner Ananda, second.
With great vigor, we have a motion by Commissioner Boley and a second by Commissioner Ananda. Commissioner Boley?
Aye.
Commissioner Ananda?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you all. We're adjourned. We'll see you next week.